Good and Gone, a quirky weird Florida mystery. Chapter 1. The morning sun glinted off the Gulf of Mexico, like a drunk tourist with a rhinestone addiction. Danny Gumbo Malone watched a brown pelican dive bomb the water with kamikaze precision, emerging with a wriggling fish that hadn't anticipated becoming breakfast. The bird settled on a nearby piling, regarding Gumbo with what he swore was smug satisfaction. "We're not so different, you and I," Gumbo told the pelican, raising his chipped mug of rum-enhanced coffee in salute. "Both of us hunting, both of us surviving. Except you don't have to file paperwork." The pelican swallowed its catch whole and flew off without bothering to respond, which Gumbo took as avian agreement. 10 a.m. was arguably too early for rum, but Gumbo operated on what he called Florida Standard Time, where happy hour began when you damn well needed it to. Today, with his stilt houseboat listing at a precarious angle thanks to last night's freak storm, he felt the need acutely. His phone vibrated against the weathered deck table, sloshing more coffee onto the already stained wood. The screen displayed Ellie Hightower, accompanied by a photo of a stern-looking woman with auburn hair streaked with silver and eyes that could audit your soul. "Malone and Hightower Investigations," he answered, affecting his most professional tone. "We find things, especially if they're not supposed to be found." "Are you drinking rum before noon again?" came the crisp voice that had once terrified corporate accountants and now occasionally terrified Gumbo. "It's a medicinal application," he protested, hurriedly setting the mug aside. "You know, for stress. Doctor's orders." "Which doctor?" "Dr. Captain Morgan. He's not technically a medical doctor, but he has strong opinions on treatment protocols." Ellie's sigh was audible, even over the sound of gulls fighting over a discarded sandwich nearby. "I've deposited our check from the Abernathy case. Turns out her husband wasn't having an affair with his secretary, just secretly breeding emotional support pythons in their pool house," Gumbo finished. "Florida never disappoints. The invoices are filed, the taxes are paid, and I've updated our spreadsheets." Even through the phone, Gumbo could hear the satisfaction in her voice. Former corporate accountants didn't shed their organizational skills easily, and Ellie Hightower wore hers like a well-tailored power suit. "We're officially in the black, Danny. Our first case as partners, and we didn't lose money." "We should celebrate," Gumbo suggested, eyeing his mug. "Maybe dinner at the Rusty Pelican? Jimbo's running a special on-grouper that his cousin Earl definitely didn't poach from protected waters." "Tempting, but I'm driving to Tampa to review some financials for the Hartwell investigation. I should be back tomorrow." The mention of Victor Hartwell, real estate mogul, alleged environmental criminal, and purveyor of suspiciously approved building permits, reminded Gumbo that their success was still fragile. One case solved didn't mean they could rest. "Careful with that one," he warned. "Hartwell's got connections that make octopuses look loosely affiliated." "I spent 30 years following money trails, Gumbo. I know how to be discreet." There was a pause. "Have you checked your boat's hull integrity after the storm? That listing looks worse than last quarter's earnings at my old firm." Gumbo glanced over the railing, where his stilt houseboat was doing its best impression of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. The storm had undermined one of the support pilings, leaving the structure at an angle that made standing upright a challenge, and keeping beverages on flat surfaces an Olympic sport. "How do you know what my boat looks like?" he asked suspiciously. "Turn around." Gumbo swiveled to see Ellie standing on the dock behind him, phone to her ear, wearing a linen pantsuit that somehow defied Florida's humidity. She ended the call and approached, navigating the slanted gangplank with the confidence of someone who had calculated all possible angles of descent. "I was in the neighborhood," she explained, stepping onto the tilting deck with ease. "And I wanted to give you this in person." She handed him a small box wrapped in plain brown paper. Gumbo opened it to find a brass compass, old but polished to a warm glow. It was Richard's, she said simply. He always said a good investigator needs to know which way is true north, even when everything around them is chaos. Gumbo swallowed hard, struck by the significance of the gift. Richard Hightower's mysterious boating accident 3 years ago still haunted Cedar Key, particularly after evidence emerged suggesting it might have been connected to his investigations into environmental violations by local developers. Ellie, don't make it sentimental, Malone. It's a tool, not a Valentine. But her eyes smiled even as her voice remained businesslike. Besides, given your current living situation, you might need literal navigational help. As if on cue, a ceiling tile from the listing kitchen broke free and plummeted into what had once been Gumbo's living room, releasing a small cascade of water and one very annoyed tree frog. "I've made arrangements," Gumbo said with as much dignity as one could muster while a tree frog leapt frantically around one's feet. "Jimbo's cousin has a spare houseboat. The same cousin who doesn't poach grouper from protected waters. Different cousin. This one just smuggles discount cigars from Cuba. A much more respectable criminal enterprise." Ellie's laughter was like expensive bourbon, warm, smooth, and used sparingly. "Only you would grade criminal activities on respectability. 6 months ago, I was wearing suits and helping corporations hide money. Now I'm solving mysteries and occasionally drinking rum before noon. I'd call that an upward trajectory." "Speaking of trajectories," Ellie said, watching as another ceiling tile creaked ominously, "you should get your things before your boat becomes an artificial reef." They spent the next hours salvaging what they could. Gumbo's case files, his ancient laptop, a surprisingly extensive collection of flowery Hawaiian shirts, and a formidable library of detective novels with broken spines and water-warped pages. "I never took you for a romance reader," Ellie commented, holding up a dog-eared copy of Passion's Tide. "Research," Gumbo insisted, quickly reclaiming the book. "You'd be surprised how many crimes involve romantic entanglements." As they finished loading Gumbo's jeep, a massive shadow passed overhead. They looked up to see an enormous alligator, easily 14 feet long with a hide like tanned leather and one milky eye, gliding through the water mere yards from the dock. "Old Scarback," Gumbo said with something like affection. "He always shows up when things are about to get interesting." "Is that a good omen or a bad one?" Ellie asked, watching the prehistoric creature disappear beneath the surface with barely a ripple. "Neither. It's just Florida." Gumbo smiled and pocketed the brass compass. "Come on, I'll buy you lunch before you head to Tampa. We're celebrating, remember? Malone and Hightower Investigations is officially in business." As they drove away, neither noticed the sleek black car parked at the edge of the marina, its tinted windows concealing the man inside who photographed them with a telephoto lens. Nor did they see Old Scarback resurface, fixing that ancient milky eye on the watcher with the patience of a predator who had survived millennia by knowing exactly when to strike. The storm had passed, but in Cedar Key the calm never lasted long. Chapter 2. Gumbo Malone's temporary replacement houseboat listed 3 degrees to port, which meant his morning rum slid imperceptibly across the coffee table until it reached the edge, and then, with the dramatic timing of a Florida alligator lunging for an oblivious tourist, plummeted to the floor. "Damn it," he muttered, watching the amber liquid seep into the already questionable carpeting. "That's a waste of perfectly adequate $10 rum." The phone rang with the jarring intensity of a fire alarm in a library. Gumbo fumbled for it, knocking over an empty pizza box that had served as both dinner plate and impromptu coaster the night before. "Malone and Hightower Investigations," he answered, attempting to sound like someone who hadn't just been contemplating the metaphysical significance of spilled rum at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday. "We find what others miss." "Mr. Malone." The voice on the other end was female, precise and wound tighter than a golf ball. "This is Eliza Mercer, From the Cedar Key Chronicle. Gumbo straightened, suddenly alert. Eliza Mercer was Cedar Key's most notorious journalist, a designation that carried about as much weight as being the tallest building in Nebraska, but still. She had a reputation for finding trouble in a town where most reporters couldn't find a parking spot. "Call me Gumbo," he said, kicking the empty rum bottle under the couch with practiced ease. "Everyone does, except my mother, who insists I'm still Daniel, despite 39 years of evidence to the contrary." "I don't have time for folksy introductions," Eliza snapped. "I need to see you. Today. Someone's following me, and the police think I'm being paranoid." Gumbo sighed, mentally kissing goodbye to his plans of day drinking and binge-watching episodes of Florida's Most Bizarre Emergency Room Visits while waiting for Ellie to return from her financial investigation. He'd hoped for at least one day of peace after their first case together had concluded with what the local paper had delicately described as unconventional heroics involving a stolen airboat, 17 flamingo lawn ornaments, and an impromptu explosion. "Ms. Mercer." "It's Eliza. And before you say no, I've done my research. You and Ms. Hightower solved the Sterling development case when the police couldn't. I need someone who isn't afraid to step on powerful toes." Gumbo rubbed his temple. "Those toes nearly stepped on us. Permanently. With concrete shoes." "I can pay your full rate," Eliza continued as if he hadn't spoken. "Cash. Plus expenses. And I have information that could make your next case front-page news." Front-page news usually means front-row seats at my own funeral. The Sandpiper Cafe. 1 hour. Eliza's voice dropped to a whisper. "And Mr. Malone. Come alone. I don't know who I can trust." The line went dead before Gumbo could argue. He stared at the phone for a long moment, then at the stain on the carpet that smelled increasingly like a distillery had exploded in miniature. "This is why vacations never work out," he muttered to himself. "The universe has a personal vendetta against my liver's recovery time." Outside, a familiar splash announced the arrival of Cedar Key's most infamous aquatic resident. Old Scarback, a bull alligator of mythic proportions and questionable temper, circled Gumbo's temporary floating residence with the casual menace of a loan shark at a gambling addict's wedding. The ancient reptile had developed an unsettling habit of appearing whenever Gumbo was about to stumble into trouble, like some prehistoric harbinger of professional doom. "Don't give me that look," Gumbo called through the open window. "I'm not actively seeking trouble this time. It found my number all on its own." Old Scarback's only response was a lazy tail slap against the hull that sent another tremor through the already precarious houseboat. 47 minutes later, showered, shaved, and marginally more presentable, Gumbo pulled his weathered Jeep into the gravel parking lot of the Sandpiper Cafe. The establishment was a Cedar Key institution, famous for its key lime pie that, according to local legend, had once caused a visiting food critic to weep openly and propose marriage to the chef. The marriage never materialized, but the cafe had been booked solid during tourist season ever since. The lunch crowd hadn't arrived yet, leaving the place eerily quiet except for the hypnotic whirring of ceiling fans that circulated hot air with impressive inefficiency. In the corner booth sat a woman who could only be Eliza Mercer, ramrod straight posture, a notebook computer open before her, and eyes that darted to the door every time the bell jingled. "Ms. Mercer," Gumbo said, sliding into the booth across from her. "You look like someone expecting a tax audit." "Mr. Malone," she acknowledged with a curt nod. "Thank you for coming. Did anyone follow you?" "Only old Scarback, and he rarely ventures this far from the water. Bad for his complexion." Eliza didn't smile. Up close, she looked like someone who had forgotten sleep was a physical requirement rather than a luxury indulgence. Her dark hair was pulled back so tightly, it seemed to be performing double duty as emergency facelift. Despite the cafe's robust air conditioning, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. "I'm being stalked," she said without preamble, voice low. 3 weeks now. At first, it was just a feeling, cars lingering too long behind me, footsteps that matched my pace that then disappeared when I turned around. But yesterday, I found this. She slid a plain white envelope across the table. Inside was a photograph of Eliza entering her apartment, time-stamped 2:17 a.m. 2 nights prior. Scrawled across the bottom in red marker, "Deadline approaching." "Charming," Gumbo muttered. "You've taken this to the police?" Detective Hastings said without clear threats, "It's just concerning behavior." She suggested I install security cameras. Eliza's laugh was brittle. As if someone sophisticated enough to follow me for weeks wouldn't notice cameras. "Linda's not wrong about the cameras," Gumbo pointed out. "But she's also constrained by things like laws and evidence requirements. I operate with more flexible parameters." A waitress approached, a whippet-thin woman with technicolor tattoos cascading down both arms like illustrated sleeves. "Gumbo," she greeted with cheerful familiarity. "The usual." "Thanks, Marnie. And whatever my new client wants." Eliza ordered black coffee with the grim determination of someone selecting ammunition. "So," Gumbo said once Marnie had departed, "why would someone stalk a reporter in a town where the biggest news is usually which tourist got sunburned badly enough to require medical attention?" Eliza's eyes narrowed. "Because I'm not covering sunburns. I'm investigating Samuel Rourke and his development company." Gumbo whistled softly. Rourke was Cedar Key's version of royalty. If royalty had a concerning habit of acquiring protected land through methods just barely on the legal side of criminal. His developments dotted Florida's Gulf Coast like barnacles on a yacht hull, gleaming, expensive, and impossible to remove once attached. "Rourke's dangerous territory," Gumbo observed. "What exactly are you investigating?" "Environmental violations, for starters. Bribery of officials. Suspicious land acquisitions." Eliza leaned forward, dropping her voice. "But I've stumbled onto something bigger. Something called Operation Sandcastle. I don't know what it is yet, but every source who's mentioned it suddenly becomes unavailable or develops selective amnesia." Marnie returned, depositing Gumbo's usual. A Cuban coffee strong enough to dissolve spoons, and a slice of key lime pie that had been scientifically proven to be impossible to eat without making inappropriate noises. "So let me get this straight," Gumbo said after Marnie departed. "You're investigating a powerful, potentially dangerous developer with connections throughout the state government. You've uncovered a mysterious operation with an ominous name. And now someone's stalking you and leaving cryptic threats. And your solution is to hire me, a pie whose office is currently a rented houseboat because his regular domicile was partially destroyed by what the insurance company is calling an act of God with suspicious human assistance." Eliza didn't blink. "Yes." "Excellent." Gumbo took a bite of pie, and as predicted, failed to suppress a small sound of pleasure. "Just checking that we're both clear on the situation. I'll need everything you have on Rourke, the stalking incidents, and this Operation Sandcastle. You'll take the case?" "I'm intrigued. Also, Ellie's out of town examining financial records for our other client, and I'm terrible at entertaining myself." "This isn't entertainment, Mr. Malone." "Everything in Florida is entertainment, Ms. Mercer. The difference is whether you're laughing with us or at us." Gumbo finished his coffee in one swift motion. "Now, who have you told about your investigation? Who knew you were coming to meet me?" Before Eliza could answer, Gumbo's attention shifted to the window. A man in a dark sedan parked across the street was pointing something at the cafe, something with a telephoto lens. "Don't turn around," Gumbo said quietly, "but I think we've just confirmed your stalker theory. And he's upgraded from footsteps to photography." Outside, old Scarback glided past in the channel behind the cafe, his ancient eyes fixed on the horizon as if he'd been expecting this all along. Chapter 3. The Mangrove Shack was the kind of place tourists stumbled into by accident and locals visited on purpose. Situated at the edge of a brackish lagoon, the wooden structure had survived 9 hurricanes, 2 arson attempts, and a brief but terrifying invasion of Burmese pythons that had developed a taste for the owner's exotic rum collection. The place reeked of fish, spilled beer, and poor life choices. Gumbo Malone pulled his weather-beaten Jeep into the unpaved parking lot, narrowly missing a Pelican that seemed to be contemplating the existential dread of Florida existence. The Pelican gave him a look that said, "I could have ended it all under your tires, but then who would steal tourist sandwiches?" before flapping away with deliberate slowness. "Sorry, bird," Gumbo muttered, killing the engine. "Day's still young. Plenty of time for vehicular bird slaughter later." He checked his reflection in the rearview mirror. 2 days of stubble, bloodshot eyes, and hair that looked like it had been styled by a ceiling fan. Perfect. Looking too put together in Cedar Key was like wearing a tuxedo to a mud wrestling competition. Technically impressive, but fundamentally misguided. The reporter had insisted on meeting here, which meant she was either a local or smarter than the average journalist. Most out-of-towners suggested the sanitized tourist traps along the main strip, places where the cocktails came with tiny umbrellas and the fish had been frozen longer than Walt Disney. As Gumbo pushed through the screen door, missing its screen in 3 strategic locations, he was greeted by the potent aroma of Jimbo's famous gumbo, a concoction so legally ambiguous that health inspectors required hazard pay to sample it. "Malone," bellowed Jimbo from behind the bar, his massive frame draped in a Hawaiian shirt depicting flamingos engaged in what could only be described as inappropriate behavior. "You still breathing? The odds at the marina had you face down in the Gulf by now." "I'm like a bad penny, Jimbo," Gumbo replied, scanning the dim interior. "Or Florida politicians, impossible to get rid of, and generally bad for the environment." The place was surprisingly busy for 11 in the morning. A group of leathery old men playing dominoes occupied one corner, their skins so weathered it resembled topographic maps of the Everglades. At the bar, a woman and fishing waiters argued passionately with a man in a NASA t-shirt about the optimal bait for catching snook during a lunar eclipse. In the farthest booth, partially obscured by an enormous stuffed marlin that had been dressed in a Hawaiian shirt matching Jimbo's, sat a woman furiously tapping on a laptop. "Your date's over there," Jimbo said, following Gumbo's gaze. "Been here 30 minutes already. Ordered coffee. Actual coffee, not my special blend." "Smart lady." "Not a date, Jimbo. Business." Sure, Jimbo winked with all the subtlety of a foghorn. "Business involving a woman who looks like that is always just business until it ain't." Gumbo ignored him and made his way to the booth. Eliza Mercer looked up as he approached, her sharp green eyes assessing him in one efficient sweep. She was younger than he'd expected, maybe early 30s, with dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, and the kind of intensity that suggested she'd argue with a hurricane about its directional choices. "You're late," she said, closing her laptop. "I was beginning to think you were avoiding me." "Traffic," Gumbo offered lamely, sliding into the booth. "There are 7 traffic lights in this entire town, and 4 of them are permanently stuck on yellow." "Fine. I was watching old Scarback chase off a flock of tourists who were trying to take selfies with him." This earned him the ghost of a smile. "The alligator. He's still hanging around your place. Like a scaly prehistoric roommate who never pays rent but occasionally eats problematic visitors. It's an arrangement that works for both of us." A waitress materialized beside their table, a feat Gumbo found impressive given that she was at least 6 feet tall, with flaming red hair pulled into a gravity-defying updo. Her name tag read, "Destiny," in glittery letters. "What'll it be, sugar?" she asked Gumbo. And before you ask, no, we don't serve breakfast after 10:30. The fish sandwich is actually grouper, not mahi-mahi, no matter what Jimbo says. And if you order the chef's surprise, I am legally obligated to ask for your next of kin. Just coffee. Black as my ex-wife's soul. Must be your first divorce, Destiny snorted. By the third one, their souls look positively translucent. Be right back. As she sauntered away, a macaw perched on a driftwood stand near the bar squawked, "Prenup or shut up," followed by what sounded suspiciously like a Florida lottery jingle. That's Ricardo, Eliza explained. Jimbo bought him from a bankrupt casino. He knows the odds for every horse track from here to Hialeah and can curse in 3 languages. On cue, Ricardo let loose a string of Spanish profanity that would have made a Tijuana cab driver blush. Make that 4 languages, Eliza amended. He's been expanding his repertoire. Impressive, Gumbo said, then leaned forward. But I didn't come here for the avian floor show. You said someone's stalking you? Eliza's expression hardened. Not just stalking. Threatening. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through photos. These were left on my car, my apartment door, and my desk at the Cedar Key Chronicle. The images showed crudely cut newspaper letters spelling out messages that ranged from ominous, "Stop digging," to alarming, "Swamps hide bodies well," to oddly specific, "Your cat judges your life choices and so do we." The cat one is a bit off-brand, Gumbo observed. I don't even have a cat, Eliza said, running a hand through her hair. I'm allergic. But that's not the point. Someone wants me to drop my investigation, and they're getting bolder. What investigation has gotten someone's boxers in such a twist? Destiny returned with Gumbo's coffee, which smelled like it had been brewed in a motorcycle engine. Y'all want any food? The special today is Swamp Surprise, which is either gator tail or iguana, depending on what Jimbo caught in his traps this morning. We're good, Gumbo said quickly. When Destiny was out of earshot, Eliza leaned in closer. I've been looking into a series of land deals along the coast. Protected wetlands, mysteriously rezoned for development. Environmental impact studies that read like love letters to concrete. And money, lots of it, flowing through shell companies registered to empty offices. Let me guess. Samuel Rourke's fingerprints are all over it, but just smudged enough to maintain plausible deniability. Eliza's eyes widened slightly. You know about Rourke. Lady, in Florida real estate, Rourke is like red tide, toxic, recurring, and somehow always someone else's fault. Gumbo took a sip of his coffee and immediately regretted it. It tasted like someone had filtered motor oil through a used gym sock. But developers throwing their weight around is hardly breaking news. Why the theatrics with the cutout letters? Seems a bit analog for 2023. Because I found something they don't want found. Eliza lowered her voice to a whisper. Rourke's developments aren't just about luxury condos for snowbirds. There's something else. Something called Operation Sandcastle. Before she could elaborate, the macaw let out an ear-splitting shriek. Boat coming. Feds on board. Hide the merchandise. The domino players moved with surprising agility for men their age, quickly rearranging their game to cover what looked suspiciously like a map. Through the salt-crusted windows, Gumbo spotted a sleek boat approaching the rickety dock behind the restaurant. A man with a telephoto lens was clearly photographing the building, and Gumbo's distinctive jeep. Friend of yours? He asked Eliza, nodding toward the boat. She turned, her face draining of color. No. But I've seen him before. He was outside my apartment last week. Ricardo the macaw, apparently sensing the tension, offered a helpful, time to fly pendejo. Bird's got a point, Gumbo said, throwing a few bills on the table. There's a back door through the kitchen. I hope you don't mind the smell of questionable seafood and regret. As they made their hasty exit past enormous pots of bubbling gumbo that probably violated the Geneva Convention, Eliza grabbed Gumbo's arm. You believe me, right? About Rourke and Operation Sandcastle? Gumbo glanced back at the boat now docking, where the photographer was joined by a second man whose bulky jacket in 90-degree heat screamed concealed weapon. Lady, this is Florida. I'd believe you if you told me the governor was secretly 3 pythons in a trench coat trying to qualify for Medicare. But right now, he pushed open the rusted rear door, revealing a narrow alley cluttered with crab traps and empty rum bottles. I suggest we continue this delightful conversation somewhere with fewer cameras and potentially fewer bullets. As they slipped away through the tangle of mangroves behind the restaurant, old Scarback watched from a nearby drainage ditch, his ancient eyes reflecting approval at Gumbo's prudent retreat. The alligator slowly submerged, leaving only his eyes and nostrils above water, a prehistoric periscope keeping tabs on the gathering storm. Chapter 4. Gumbo Malone hadn't seen his houseboat this violated since that gang of rogue manatees tried to use it as a mating platform during last year's unseasonably warm February. The place had been ransacked with the methodical thoroughness of either a professional burglar or Florida's most ambitious meth addict. Well, shit, he muttered, kicking aside what had once been his favorite coffee mug, now reduced to ceramic confetti on the warped floorboards. The tropical patterned curtains his mother had sent to brighten up that floating tetanus factory you call home hung in tatters, as if someone had taken scissors to them with artistic malice. He stepped carefully through the chaos, noting with professional detachment that this wasn't random. The intruder had been looking for something specific, evident in how thoroughly they'd dismantled his filing cabinet while completely ignoring his moderately valuable fishing equipment. At least they left old Rusty, he said to the ancient shotgun still mounted above his galley kitchen. It hadn't been fired since the Carter administration, and probably wouldn't survive the attempt, but it had sentimental value, and in Florida, sentimentality was often the only value that survived the humidity. His laptop was still there too, though the screen now displayed an inspirational message someone had thoughtfully taped to it. Gumbo peeled off the note, its letters cut meticulously from newspaper headlines and pasted onto plain copy paper. Back off or swim with the snappers. Points for alliteration, Gumbo murmured, though swim with the fishes is the traditional threat. He flipped the note over. Huh. Cut from the Cedar Key Chronicle. Yesterday's edition. He dialed Ellie's number, wedging the phone between ear and shoulder as he tried to locate his security camera's memory card. The partnership with Ellie Hightower was still new enough that calling her gave him that slight flutter of anticipation usually reserved for the moment before a potential trophy fish breaks the water's surface. Malone and Hightower investigations. How may we ruin someone's day? Ellie's voice was warm bourbon over crackling telephone lines. Someone beat you to it. My boat's been turned inside out like a tourist's expectations after visiting Florida in August. Are you okay? The concern in her voice was genuine, one of the many things he appreciated about his new partner. In his corporate life, concern was just a liability to be managed. Fine, but my security footage isn't. Whoever did this knew exactly where to find it. He located the small device that should have contained evidence of the intruder. The memory card had been removed with surgical precision. Professional job. Rourke? Ellie asked, referring to the developer they'd been investigating. Maybe. Or one of his less fragrant associates. Gumbo picked up the remains of a framed photo of himself and his grandfather, glass crunching under his fingers. They left a note. Cut out headlines, like we're in a 1940s noir film. Seems excessive when threatening texts are so much more convenient. Florida criminals are nothing if not nostalgic for simpler times. Gumbo moved to the small refrigerator, which had been emptied onto the floor. Also, they took my beer. Now it's personal. I'll be there in 20. Don't touch anything else. Too late. I've already communed intimately with most of my possessions, now scattered across the floor in artistic disarray. After hanging up, Gumbo surveyed the damage with a professional eye. The ransacking had been thorough, but controlled. Nothing was broken that didn't need to be broken to search it. His gun safe remained untouched. The intruder hadn't been interested in weapons. This wasn't about robbery. It was about intimidation. His new phone buzzed with a text from Eliza Mercer. Need to talk now. Before he could respond, a second message arrived with a photo attachment. The image showed what appeared to be a dead redfish wrapped in pages from the Cedar Key Chronicle. Specifically, pages featuring Eliza's byline on stories about coastal development. The message beneath read, "Just delivered to my door. Still dripping." "Well, that answers who's behind this," Gumbo muttered to himself. "Nothing says Florida intimidation like gift-wrapped marine life." He texted back, "Stay put. Coming to you. Lock your doors." The sound of someone clearing their throat made Gumbo nearly jump out of his boat shoes. He spun around to find Detective Linda Hastings standing in the doorway, surveying the chaos with the weary expression of someone who'd seen too many Florida crime scenes to be impressed by mere ransacking. "You know," she drawled, "most people just hire a decorator when they want a new look." "Linda," Gumbo acknowledged, holstering the stapler he'd instinctively grabbed as a weapon. "To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? My tax audit isn't until next month. Got a call from your neighbor." She gestured toward the houseboat moored across the narrow channel, where Mrs. Finkelstein, a 90-year-old former circus contortionist with the eyesight of a satellite telescope, waved cheerfully with her opera glasses still trained on Gumbo's window. She reported, and I quote, "A suspicious character with the fashion sense of a colorblind pirate and the grace of a drunk pelican breaking into your boat." "Always nice to know the neighbors are keeping an eye out," Gumbo said, waving back at Mrs. Finkelstein, who responded by demonstrating a surprisingly limber dance move for someone whose hip replacements were old enough to vote. She also mentioned that whoever did this was wearing, and again I quote, "one of those fancy watches that cost more than my first husband's funeral. Said it flashed in the sun when he was picking your lock." Linda stepped carefully into the chaos. "So, you going to tell me what got you on the wrong side of someone with expensive taste in timepieces? Would you believe I gave a negative review to a luxury watch blog? About as much as I believe Mrs. Finkelstein's claim that she dated Elvis in the summer of '57. Linda's eyes narrowed. "This has something to do with that reporter you've been seen with, doesn't it? Eliza Mercer?" As if summoned by her name, Gumbo's phone buzzed again with another text from Eliza, "Someone watching my house. Black SUV." "Just got a new job, Linda," Gumbo said, moving toward the door. "Some people are expressing their career advancement congratulations in unconventional ways. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go check on a client." Linda blocked his path. "Whatever you're mixed up in, Malone, be careful. Cedar Key's a small pond with some surprisingly large predators." "I always am," Gumbo replied with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Careful is my middle name." "Your middle name is Eugene. I ran your background check, remember? And here I thought we had something special." Gumbo edged past her. "Feel free to dust for prints. Maybe check the beer bottle fragments first. The perpetrator clearly has excellent taste in moderately priced domestic lagers." As he stepped onto the dock, the Florida sun beating down with its usual merciless enthusiasm, Gumbo felt the familiar tingle at the base of his skull, the one that had kept him alive through corporate takeovers and alligator encounters alike. Someone was watching him now, the weight of their gaze as tangible as the humidity. In the mangroves across the channel, something large moved, causing a ripple that couldn't be explained by the breeze. Old Scarback, the legendary bull gator that patrolled these waters like an armored ghost, surfaced briefly, his ancient eyes meeting Gumbo's in what felt like acknowledgement of impending trouble. "Yeah," Gumbo whispered. "I feel it too, old man." The game was on, and in Florida, games rarely ended without someone getting wet, wounded, or worse. Chapter 5. The morning sun beat down on Samuel Rourke's ostentatious mansion like God himself was trying to melt it into the earth, and failing miserably. Gumbo Malone squinted up at the monstrosity, which looked like someone had given an 8-year-old with a sugar-high, unlimited access to architectural software and a blank check. Jesus on a jet ski, Gumbo muttered, adjusting his sunglasses. It's like the Taj Mahal and Graceland had a baby, and then that baby developed a severe personality disorder. The mansion sprawled across 3 waterfront acres, its Mediterranean by way of Las Vegas style, punctuated by fountains spurting water in shapes that would make a urologist nervous. Gold-plated dolphin statues flanked the driveway, their expressions suggesting they'd seen things no marine mammal should ever witness. Gumbo parked his battered Jeep between a Bentley and something Italian that probably cost more than his entire education. His vehicle looked like a homeless man at a debutante ball. The butler who answered the doorbell had the kind of facial expression that made Gumbo wonder if the man's underwear was 2 sizes too small. His British accent was as authentic as the genuine Cuban cigars sold at Cedar Key gas stations. "Mr. Rourke is by the pool," the butler announced, his disdain for Gumbo's rumpled linen shirt and cargo shorts evident in the microscopic lift of his left eyebrow. "Do try not to touch anything." The walk through Rourke's mansion was a journey through the 7 circles of tasteless wealth. Gold trimmed everything. Chandeliers that could crush small villages. Paintings of Rourke himself in various heroic poses, including one where he appeared to be wrestling a manatee while wearing a tuxedo. Is he fighting a sea cow?" Gumbo asked, pointing. "Mr. Rourke prefers the term marine conservation wrestling," the butler replied without missing a beat. "He donated $50,000 to save the manatees after that photo shoot. How philanthropic of him to pay for their therapy." The pool, as it turned out, was shaped like the state of Florida, if Florida had been redesigned by someone with both geographical confusion and a fetish for decorative tile work. Miami was represented by a hot tub bubbling with suspiciously blue water, while the Panhandle featured a swim-up bar where a bartender with the muscle definition of a Greek deity was mixing something that smoked ominously. Samuel Rourke floated in Tampa Bay on a gold-plated lounger, wearing swim trunks patterned with $100 bills and sunglasses that probably cost more than Gumbo's monthly boat payment. His tan was the specific shade of orange that suggested significant investment in products testing positive for radioactive compounds. "Malone," Rourke boomed, not bothering to move from his floating position. "Come to accuse me of nefarious deeds? Everyone does eventually. It's how I know I'm succeeding." Gumbo approached the pool's edge, careful to stay beyond splash distance. "Mr. Rourke, thanks for agreeing to meet. Call me Sam. All my enemies do." Rourke paddled lazily toward the edge, the water sloshing around him like it was afraid to get too close. "Drink? Julio makes something called Everglades Extinction. Kinda tastes like gasoline and swamp water, but after 2, you'll believe you can walk on alligators." "I'll pass. I'm here about Eliza Mercer." Rourke's smile remained fixed, but something behind his eyes shifted like a predator adjusting position. "The reporter? Persistent little gal, isn't she? Writes those bleeding heart pieces about how development is killing Florida." He hoisted himself out of the pool with surprising agility for a man his age. "Florida's already dead, Malone. Has been since the first retiree discovered they could live here tax-free and complain about the heat simultaneously." He wrapped himself in a monogrammed towel, embroidered with what appeared to be his own face. "Follow me. Let's talk somewhere more private." "More private than your own pool?" Gumbo asked, following Rourke toward a cabana larger than most people's entire homes. "The hibiscus bushes have ears in Florida. Sometimes literally, got these new security devices shaped like plant parts. Cost me a fortune, but they're worth it. Never know when an environmental activist might try to plant endangered orchids on your property just to halt construction. The cabana's interior was cooled to the temperature of a meat locker. Gumbo suppressed a shiver as Rourke pulled on a silk robe and settled into a throne-like chair behind a desk made from what appeared to be a single polished slab of endangered rainforest timber. "So," Rourke said, tenting his fingers, "Eliza Mercer thinks I'm threatening her. Cute. If I wanted to threaten someone, I wouldn't waste time with cryptic notes and dead fish. I'd just buy their newspaper and turn their column into the weekly grocery coupon section." Someone ransacked her apartment. And mine. Sounds like you both need better security systems. I could recommend a guy. I bet you could. Rourke's smile didn't waver, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "Look, Malone, I'm a businessman. I build things that make money. Sometimes that means wetlands become waterfront properties. Sometimes endangered species need to find new neighborhoods. It's called progress." "It's called something else in the criminal code," Gumbo replied. "Alleged criminal code," Rourke corrected, reaching for a humidor on his desk. "Cigar. These are actual Cubans, not those Dominican knockoffs they sell to tourists." "No thanks." "Your loss." Rourke went through an elaborate ritual of selecting, clipping, and lighting a cigar that cost more than Gumbo's weekly grocery bill. "Some stories are better left untold, Malone. Florida's built on secrets. Who buried what in which swamp, which judge got which kickback, how many bodies are under that new airport runway. Dig too deep, you might not like what crawls out." Standing, Rourke gestured for Gumbo to follow him through a set of French doors into what could only be described as a personal museum of bad taste and worse ethics. Glass cases lined the walls, containing stuffed specimens of Florida wildlife, many with small discreet tags reading "endangered" or "protected." "My collection," Rourke announced proudly. "Started it back in the 80s when regulations were more flexible." Gumbo stared at the taxidermied face of a Florida panther, its glass eyes seeming to plead for a dignity it had been denied in death. Beside it, a stuffed key deer stood frozen in permanent terror. "This is all illegal," Gumbo said flatly. No, Rourke chuckled, waving his cigar dismissively. "Grandfathered in. Got all the paperwork. Besides, they're educational. Can't preserve what you don't appreciate, right?" He stopped before a display case containing an albino alligator, its pale skin ghostly under the recessed lighting. "Beautiful, isn't she? Found her in a private reserve I acquired about 10 years ago. Previous owner was some bleeding heart conservationist who thought keeping 5,000 acres undeveloped was somehow helping Florida." Rourke tapped the glass. "Now she's helping Florida by being part of a golf course water hazard. The replica, I mean. This one's here for posterity." "You're a real environmental hero," Gumbo deadpanned. "I prefer visionary," Rourke replied, missing or ignoring the sarcasm. "People need places to live, Malone. Condos with water views and golf courses shaped like celebrities' faces. That's the American dream. Pretty sure that's not in the brochure." Rourke shrugged, moving toward the exit. "Tell Eliza Mercer to focus on real stories. Home foreclosures. Sinkholes. Those weird python-gator hybrids they found in the Everglades last year. Anything but my developments." At the front door, Rourke's demeanor shifted subtly, his smile becoming sharper, more predatory. "One more thing, Malone. That boat of yours, the stilt house one that got damaged. Real shame about that storm. Freak winds, they said. Targeted just your dock. Florida weather's so unpredictable these days." The threat hung in the air between them, clear as the cloudless sky outside. "You know what else is unpredictable?" Gumbo replied, evenly. "Justice. Sometimes it shows up exactly when and where you least expect it." Rourke laughed, a sound as hollow as his environmental promises. "Justice is just another commodity in Florida, friend. And I've cornered the market." As Gumbo drove away, the gold dolphins seemed to watch him with their blank, judgmental eyes. In his rearview mirror, he could see Rourke standing on his front steps, still smoking that obscenely expensive cigar, looking for all the world like a man who believed himself untouchable. Old Scarback, the legendary alligator that seemed to follow Gumbo from case to case, surfaced briefly in the decorative lake fronting Rourke's property, his ancient eyes reflecting centuries of Florida's natural history slowly being erased by men like Samuel Rourke, one bulldozed wetland at a time. Chapter 6. The morning sun beat down on Gumbo's replacement houseboat with the relentless enthusiasm of a timeshare salesman who'd spotted a Midwestern tourist in socks and sandals. Gumbo sat at his makeshift desk, a repurposed ironing board balanced precariously on milk crates, surrounded by a chaotic array of newspaper clippings, notes, and empty rum bottles that served as makeshift paperweights. Investigative ambiance, he muttered to himself, pinning another article to his Eliza Mercer wall of obsession, as he'd come to think of it. The reporter in question had proven to be more complex than the average damsel in distress. After their seafood shack meeting, where the exotic birds had provided unhelpful commentary on his choice of attire and questionable life decisions, Gumbo had decided to do what any self-respecting private investigator would: snoop through her professional history with the thoroughness of a raccoon in an unattended cooler. His phone buzzed. Old Scarback, the enormous alligator that had taken to following Gumbo's cases like a scaly guardian angel, let out a disapproving hiss from his sunning spot on the nearby dock. "Everyone's a critic," Gumbo told the reptile before answering. "Malone and Hightower investigations, where we find the truth or at least something close enough to bill you for." "That's not our slogan," Ellie's voice crackled through the speaker. "And it never will be." "You're breaking up, must be going through a tunnel," Gumbo replied, despite being on a stationary boat in open water. "I'm calling from Cincinnati. There are no tunnels. I can hear you perfectly fine, and that was the worst evasion attempt since that city commissioner claimed he was just adjusting his pants in the Botanical Garden women's restroom." Gumbo grinned. In the remarkably short time they'd been partners, Ellie Hightower had already established herself as the yang to his yin, the spreadsheet to his chaos, the fiscal responsibility to his but-it-was-on-sale impulse purchases. "How's the corporate embezzlement case going?" he asked, reaching for his second lease-stained coffee mug. "Found 3 shell companies, 2 offshore accounts, and 1 CFO with a suspiciously extensive collection of rare tropical fish that cost more than my first house," Ellie replied with the breezy nonchalance of someone who found financial malfeasance as easy to spot as flamingos in a penguin exhibit. "But I didn't call to brag about my forensic accounting wizardry. What's happening with our intrepid reporter?" Gumbo swiveled to face his investigation board. "Eliza Mercer is definitely hiding something. I've been researching her background." "Without a warrant, I assume?" "I used publicly available information and the ancient art of asking people questions while buying them beer," Gumbo defended. "Turns out our Ms. Mercer has quite the journalistic history. Before working at the Cedar Key Chronicle, she wrote for the Gulf Coast Expositor." "Never heard of it." "That's because it no longer exists. It went bankrupt 3 years ago, after publishing a series of exposés on coastal development violations." "Let me guess," Ellie said, her voice dropping to that particular tone that suggested she'd already connected dots Gumbo hadn't even located yet. "The paper was owned by Samuel Rourke." Gumbo choked on his coffee. "How did you?" "While you've been playing Connect the News clippings, I've been following the money. Rourke Industries acquired the Gulf Coast Expositor in 2021 through a subsidiary called Sunshine Media Holdings. 6 months later, the paper mysteriously folded after publishing Eliza's series on environmental violations by, wait for it, companies competing with Rourke's developments. So Rourke used the paper to target his competitors, then shut it down when Eliza started getting too close to something bigger," Gumbo mused, scribbling furiously on a napkin since his notebook had recently been sacrificed to soak up a spilled rum and coke. Exactly. And here's where it gets spicy, Ellie continued, the background noise suggesting she was shuffling papers. I've been mapping financial connections around our players. Rourke's development company has made substantial donations to Mayor Wilson's environmental charity, Save Our Shores. The mayor has an environmental charity? That's like a piranha running a fish protection program. It gets better. The charity has been buying up small parcels of land adjacent to protected coastal areas, ostensibly for conservation purposes. Outside, old Scarback slid into the water with surprising delicacy for a creature the size and texture of a prehistoric tank. The massive gator circled Gumbo's boat once, as if providing punctuation to Ellie's revelation, before disappearing beneath the murky surface. I need to talk to Trevor Blackwood, Gumbo said, already pulling on his least wrinkled linen shirt. He's Eliza's main competitor at the Chronicle, writes nothing but fluff pieces praising local developments. The one who described Rourke's concrete monstrosity on Pelican Point as a harmonious dialogue between human ingenuity and nature's canvas. That's the one. His prose is as artificial as the beach sand they truck in from Georgia. Be careful, Gumbo, Ellie warned, her voice turning serious. If Rourke shut down an entire newspaper to keep Eliza quiet, imagine what he'd do to a private investigator with a habit of finding trouble and a boat that already needs replacing. Your concern is touching but unnecessary, Gumbo assured her, tucking his ancient .38 into his waistband. I'll just have a friendly chat with Trevor, journalist to ex-corporate sellout. That's your plan. Walk up and ask why he's in Rourke's pocket. I was thinking more along the lines of pretending I'm writing a lifestyle piece about successful local journalists and their impressive watch collections. They're what? Trevor wears a Patek Philippe that costs more than both our boats combined, Gumbo explained, grabbing his keys. I noticed it matches the one Rourke's butler was wearing when I visited his mansion. Either butlers are making significantly better wages than I realized, or our friend Trevor is enjoying some expensive gratitude. Ellie's sigh carried the weight of a woman who had accepted her business partner's methods, but reserved the right to disapprove of them vocally. Just don't get yourself killed before I get back. The liability insurance paperwork would ruin my vacation. Your concern is heartwarming, Gumbo replied dryly. When will you be back? Tomorrow night. Try to keep the boat afloat until then. No promises. After hanging up, Gumbo surveyed his investigation board one last time. Something called Operation Sandcastle appeared in his notes from Eliza, mentioned as an aside but clearly significant enough to make her paranoid. Outside, the late afternoon sun caught the wake of a small powerboat speeding by, reminding Gumbo of something Devereux, his eccentric marine biologist friend, had once told him. In Florida waters, what you see on the surface is never the full story. It's what lurks below that'll either fascinate you or eat you alive. As Gumbo locked his boat and headed toward his ancient jeep, he wondered which fate awaited him with this case, fascination or becoming metaphorical gator food. Knowing his luck, probably both. The jeep protested with a sound like an asthmatic manatee before grudgingly rumbling to life. As Gumbo pulled away from the marina, he didn't notice the sleek black SUV that eased into traffic 3 cars behind him, or the figure inside, methodically photographing his every move with the dispassionate efficiency of someone who'd done this many times before. In Cedar Key, as in most of Florida, the most dangerous predators rarely announced themselves with a roar. They simply watched, waited, and eventually struck when their prey was most vulnerable, preferably while wearing expensive watches and offering business cards with embossed lettering that simply read, "Solutions." Chapter 7. The coffee at the rusty Pelican tasted like it had been brewed through a used oil filter, salvaged from a 1974 Chevrolet Impala, but it contained enough caffeine to jumpstart a comatose manatee. Gumbo Malone drank it anyway, his third cup in an hour, and watched as the early morning light scattered diamond reflections across Cedar Key's harbor. More Java, hun. The waitress, her name tag read Destiny in glitter letters with a tiny dolphin sticker for punctuation, hovered nearby with a pot of liquid darkness that had probably violated several Geneva conventions. I still have some feeling in my extremities, so why not? Gumbo held out his cup. Destiny refilled it with the practiced nonchalance of someone who had witnessed too many caffeine-seeking desperados. You're that private eye, aren't you? The one looking into Devereux's disappearance? News travels fast. Honey, in Cedar Key, gossip moves faster than light. It's the only thing that violates the laws of physics around here. She leaned in, conspiratorially. Besides whatever Mr. Henderson puts in his special crab dip. The bell above the door jangled, and Gumbo's attention shifted to the man who entered, Trevor Blackwood, environmental reporter for the Cedar Key Chronicle, though the term reporter was generous. Blackwood specialized in puff pieces that painted developers as eco-warriors and portrayed environmental regulations as communist plots against prosperity. He looked exactly like what would happen if an LL Bean catalog mated with a bottle of hair gel. Khaki pants so crisp they could probably stand up on their own, a blue button-down rolled to the elbows, and hair styled with enough product to single-handedly deplete the ozone layer. His perpetual self-satisfied smirk suggested he'd just closed a deal that involved both profit and someone else's misfortune. Gumbo sighed into his coffee. Interviewing Blackwood wasn't how he'd planned to spend his morning, but Eliza's mysterious Operation Sandcastle reference had sent him chasing this particular lead. Malone. Blackwood boomed, approaching with the confidence of a mediocre white man who believed his community college journalism degree had made him Edward R. Murrow's spiritual successor. I figured I'd find you here, marinating in caffeine and conspiracy theories. He slid into the booth uninvited, signaling Destiny for coffee with a finger snap that made Gumbo wince. Trevor, Gumbo nodded. Thanks for meeting me. Professional courtesy. Blackwood's smile was as genuine as a $3 bill. One media professional to another, though I use the term professional loosely in your case. I was under the impression journalism required objectivity, Gumbo replied, which also seems loose in your case. Blackwood's smile tightened fractionally. I prefer to think of my approach as balanced. Unlike some people, I recognize that economic growth and environmental protection aren't mutually exclusive, especially when balance comes with a paycheck. You wound me, Malone. Blackwood pressed a hand to his chest, his signet ring catching the light. It was gold, with a distinctive wave pattern that looked oddly familiar. I'm a complex man with nuanced views that don't fit into simplistic environmentalist narratives. Destiny arrived with Blackwood's coffee and a plate of conch fritters that Gumbo hadn't ordered, but accepted gratefully. On the house, she whispered. Brain food. You'll need it with this one. So, Blackwood said, adding 3 sugars to his coffee with surgical precision, what can I do for Florida's second most interesting investigator? After myself, of course. I'm looking into Eliza Mercer's recent investigations. Word is you've got some thoughts on her work. Blackwood's laugh sounded like someone had programmed an AI to simulate amusement, but fed it only laugh track data from 1990s sitcoms. Thoughts? I have entire dissertations. Mercer wouldn't recognize balanced reporting if it bit her on her sanctimonious backside. I'm more interested in what she's been working on. Specifically, something called Operation Sandcastle. The change was subtle, a momentary stillness like a gator before it strikes. Then Blackwood recovered, stirring his coffee with unnecessary vigor. That woman and her conspiracy theories. She's been on about that for months, harassing honest business people, filing public records requests like they're going out of style, and generally being a nuisance to progress. What exactly is Operation Sandcastle? If you believe Mercer's unhinged ramblings, it's some nefarious scheme to build resorts on protected beaches. Blackwood rolled his eyes with theatrical exaggeration. In reality, it's a perfectly legal development project that will bring jobs and tax revenue to a community that desperately needs both. Which developer are we talking about? Several, Blackwood hedged, suddenly fascinated by a sugar packet. Rourke Developments is the primary investor, but there's a consortium. Gumbo noticed Blackwood's right eye twitching slightly when he mentioned Rourke. Interesting. And Eliza's opposition to this project, you think it's misguided? I think it's pathological, Blackwood snorted. She has some kind of vendetta against Rourke. Probably bitter that her last newspaper went under while his media properties thrive. She used to work for Rourke. This was news to Gumbo. The Key's Clarion. Rourke bought it 5 years ago, tried to make it profitable, but eventually had to shut it down. Mercer took it personally, as if her hard-hitting exposés on turtle nesting patterns were Pulitzer material. Gumbo chewed a conch fritter thoughtfully. And now she's investigating his development deals. She's obsessed. Blackwood leaned forward, lowering his voice. Between us professionals, I've heard she keeps a conspiracy wall in her apartment. Photos, strings, the whole beautiful mind setup. Security permits, zoning variances, property records, all connecting to what she calls environmental crimes. You seem well informed about her investigation. Blackwood shrugged. Small-town journalism. We have mutual sources. And what's your take on these environmental concerns? Overblown. Every development has impact. The question is whether the benefits outweigh the costs. Jobs, tourism, economic growth, these matter too. He straightened his collar. Not everyone has the luxury of putting seagrass before people's livelihoods. As Blackwood spoke, he absent-mindedly adjusted his watch, an absurdly expensive timepiece that looked at odds with a local reporter's salary. It was then that Gumbo made the connection. The watch matched one he'd seen on Rourke's butler during his visit to the mansion. Not just similar, identical down to the custom band. That's a nice watch, Gumbo commented casually. Limited edition. Blackwood's hand dropped to his lap. Anniversary gift from my wife. She has excellent taste. Must be nice to have a spouse with such generous gift-giving abilities. Yes, well, Blackwood glanced at his watch. Speaking of my wife, I promised to pick up her dry cleaning before noon. Was there anything else you needed for your investigation? Gumbo smiled blandly. I think I've got what I came for. Thanks for your insights, Trevor. Blackwood tossed a 20 on the table, excessive for a single coffee, and stood. Always happy to help a fellow seeker of truth. Though I'd focus on real stories if I were you. Mercer's sandcastle obsession is quicksand for your journalistic reputation. After Blackwood left, Destiny reappeared to clear his untouched coffee. That man's smile has all the warmth of a taxidermied shark, she observed. And about as many real teeth, Gumbo agreed, pulling out his phone to text Ellie. Need to meet. Blackwood's on Rourke's payroll. Same watch as Rourke's butler. Confirmed Eliza worked for Rourke's newspaper before it closed. Operation Sandcastle equals Coastal Development Scheme. His phone pinged almost immediately. Ellie, interesting coincidence. Just found shell companies linking Rourke to 3 coastal properties adjacent to protected areas. Meeting Eliza at her apartment at 2. Join us. She says she has maps. Gumbo left a generous tip and headed for the door, his mind racing. Blackwood was definitely hiding something bigger than journalistic bias. The identical watch, the defensive posture when discussing Sandcastle, the excessive protest about Eliza's investigation, all classic tells of someone with something to protect. Old Scarback, a massive alligator known to locals, watched from the harbor waters as Gumbo climbed into his battered jeep. The ancient reptile's prehistoric eyes seemed to hold knowledge of all of Florida's secrets, including whatever Operation Sandcastle truly entailed. But like most Florida mysteries, this one would reveal itself slowly, messily, and probably with an unexpected body count before the final chapter. Chapter 8. The Florida sunset painted the Gulf waters a shade of orange that no respectable citrus would claim kinship to. Gumbo Malone sat on the replacement houseboat's deck, nursing a rum that was more price tag than quality, watching as a Pelican performed an awkward dive bomb that ended with more splash than catch. "That's a metaphor for my investigation skills," Gumbo muttered to himself, ice cubes clinking against glass. His cell phone vibrated across the weathered deck table like an electronic cockroach. Eliza Mercer's name flashed on the screen with the urgency of a tourist spotting their first alligator. "Tell me you have something that doesn't involve dead fish or ransacked boats," Gumbo answered. "Better," Eliza's voice crackled with the particular energy journalists reserve for career-making stories. "I'm ready to tell you what Operation Sandcastle really is. Meet me at the Scurvy Parrot in 30 minutes. And Gumbo, where's something that wouldn't embarrass a scarecrow?" The Scurvy Parrot occupied a peculiar niche in Cedar Key's culinary ecosystem. Too expensive for locals, too authentic for tourists, and featuring a menu where every dish contained rum whether it needed it or not. The restaurant's owner, a former tax attorney who'd experienced what he called a spiritual awakening, but what the IRS called probable cause, had decorated the place with pirate memorabilia of questionable authenticity and parrots of undeniable volume. "Fresh meat?" squawked a blue macaw as Gumbo entered, causing nearby diners to examine their plates with renewed suspicion. Eliza sat in a back booth, partially obscured by a stuffed marlin wearing sunglasses and a kiss-the-cook apron. She had the intense focus of someone who'd mainlined coffee for 48 hours straight and was considering it as a lifestyle choice. "You look terrible," Gumbo observed as he slid into the booth. "Investigative journalism isn't a beauty pageant," Eliza retorted, pushing a thick folder toward him. "This is everything I've gathered on Operation Sandcastle. It's worse than I thought, which, given Florida's baseline for environmental corruption, is saying something." Gumbo opened the folder. Inside were satellite images, property records, and environmental surveys, all meticulously annotated in Eliza's cramped handwriting. "It's a real estate scheme?" he asked, trying to make sense of the documents. "Not just any real estate scheme." Eliza leaned forward, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper that somehow carried above the restaurant's ambient chaos. "It's the holy grail of coastal development scams. Rourke and his cronies are building luxury resorts directly on protected beaches." "That's not just illegal, it's impossible," Gumbo countered. "The environmental regulations become remarkably flexible when the right people get remarkably rich," Eliza finished. "Look at this pattern." She spread out a series of documents showing retirement announcements for environmental officials. Every single person who approved these permits mysteriously retired within months, all with offshore accounts that suddenly became very healthy. A waitress appeared, balancing a tray of neon-colored drinks with the precision of a neurosurgeon. "2 scurvy specials," she announced, setting down glasses that glowed an unnatural blue. "Made with our signature rum that's been aged in barrels previously used for fermenting hot sauce. Guaranteed to make you forget your troubles or remember them way too vividly." Gumbo eyed the drinks suspiciously. "Is that pulsating?" "It's the crushed firefly garnish," the waitress explained cheerfully. "Totally organic. Mostly legal." After she left, Eliza tapped a map showing coastal areas lined in red. "Here's where it gets interesting. These aren't just any protected beaches. They're critical habitats for endangered species, species that would normally make development impossible." "Let me guess," Gumbo said, begrudgingly sipping his drink and immediately regretting it. "The endangered species are conveniently disappearing?" Relocating, Eliza corrected. According to paperwork filed with laughably minimal oversight, every turtle, beach mouse, and rare bird has voluntarily agreed to move to suitable alternative habitats. Animals filing change of address forms. Very civic-minded of them. Exactly. But here's where I need your friend Devereaux's expertise. I think they're falsifying the relocation data. No one's checking if these animals actually survive the move. The blue macaw swooped over their table, snatching a maraschino cherry from Eliza's drink and screeching what sounded suspiciously like tax advice as it flew away. I can reach out to Devereaux, Gumbo said, flipping through more documents. He's been tracking coastal species for years. If anyone can verify these relocations, it's him. There's something else, Eliza said, her voice dropping further. I found a pattern in the offshore accounts. Money flowing through shell companies registered in places where banking laws are treated as polite suggestions. Following the money is always a good idea, Gumbo agreed, thinking of Ellie Hightower. Her forensic accounting skills would be perfect for unraveling this financial pretzel. I know someone who can help with that. Is this someone trustworthy? Eliza asked, her reporter's skepticism surfacing. Because the last person I trusted with this information now makes his living as a Walmart greeter in Tallahassee under an assumed name. She's solid, Gumbo assured her, the image of Ellie's sharp mind and sharper wit bringing an involuntary smile. Former corporate financial investigator, who now bakes muffins and happens to hate corrupt developers even more than she hates bad bookkeeping. A commotion near the entrance caught their attention. Samuel Rourke himself had entered, surrounded by an entourage that included two suspiciously fit men whose suit jackets bulged in ways that suggested their accessories weren't limited to pocket squares. Speak of the devil, Eliza murmured, shrinking into the booth. And he brought his minions. Don't look directly at them, Gumbo advised, casually repositioning the stuffed marlin to better shield their table. Act natural. Natural. In a place where the parrots offer tax havens and the drinks contain bioluminescent garnishes. Rourke was escorted to a private dining area separated from the main restaurant by a beaded curtain that had likely witnessed more illicit business deals than a Panama law firm. As he passed, his cologne, an aggressive mixture Gumbo mentally catalogued as money and menace, wafted through the restaurant. He can't see us here, Gumbo reassured Eliza, who was now attempting to become one with the booth's upholstery. And even if he did, we're just two people having overpriced drinks with questionable ingredients. That's not what concerns me, Eliza said, nodding toward the restaurant's window. Outside, a familiar black SUV had parked across the street. The man inside wasn't even attempting to be subtle about his surveillance, binoculars raised with the confidence of someone who didn't fear consequences. They're watching me, Eliza said. Have been since I started asking questions about the environmental permits. Then we need to be smarter than they are, Gumbo said, mentally calculating their options. Which, judging by Florida's general track record with criminal masterminds, shouldn't be particularly challenging. I need to know what happens to these animals during relocation, Eliza insisted. Real documentation, not the fiction they're filing with regulatory agencies. Gumbo nodded, coming to a decision. I'll contact Devereaux tonight. If anyone can document what's really happening to these protected species, it's him. Meanwhile, you should probably stay somewhere they won't look for you. I'm not hiding, Eliza declared with the particular brand of stubborn determination that had likely gotten her through journalism school and numerous threats. The story is too important. Not hiding, Gumbo corrected. Strategic repositioning. There's a difference, mainly in whether you end up as a footnote in someone else's news story. The blue macaw swooped by again, this time landing on their table with the authority of a feathered maitre d'. It fixed Gumbo with one beady eye and announced, Statute of limitations. Offshore accounts. No witnesses. Even the wildlife is in on it, Gumbo muttered. As they prepared to leave, carefully timing their exit to avoid Rourke's notice, Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text from Ellie. Found something in the financial records. Meet tomorrow. Bring coffee. That doesn't qualify as a biological weapon. Operation Sandcastle was bigger than beach resorts, Gumbo realized. Much bigger. And in Florida, where corruption grew as naturally as palm trees and excuses, that meant they were all wading into very dangerous waters. Outside, a massive alligator that locals had nicknamed Old Scarback slid into the canal beside the restaurant, his ancient eyes watching the human drama with reptilian patience. In the eternal chess match between Florida's environmental predators, both human and reptile, the game was just beginning. Chapter 9. Gumbo Malone awoke to the sound of a pelican dive-bombing his boat deck with the subtlety of a congressman caught in a motel raid. Morning in Cedar Key always brought its own special soundtrack, a symphony of nature's most dedicated noise polluters competing for attention. Today's featured performer was Old Scarback, the battle-scarred pelican who'd appointed himself Gumbo's unofficial alarm clock. Some people get roosters, Gumbo muttered, pouring coffee grounds directly into yesterday's mug. I get a pterodactyl with anger management issues. He'd spent the night reviewing Eliza's research notes on Operation Sandcastle, a collection of documents, photographs, and sticky notes arranged with the methodical chaos of a conspiracy theorist's bedroom wall. Coffee in hand, he stepped onto the deck of his temporary houseboat, a vessel that listed perpetually to the right like a Fox News pundit. Old Scarback regarded him with one judgy eye. Don't start, Gumbo warned the bird. I spent 4 hours reading about environmental impact statements. My brain needs caffeine more than you need that fish hanging out of your beak. His phone buzzed. Eliza. Malone, he answered, watching the pelican belch down the remainder of its breakfast with disturbing efficiency. He's gone. Eliza's voice crackled with equal parts static and panic. Carlton Weber, my environmental inspector source. We had an appointment this morning. He was going to give me documentation, proving Rourke paid off officials to ignore protected species relocations. Define gone, Gumbo said, already moving inside to grab his keys. Morning optimism in Florida lasted about as long as ice in August. His houseboat isn't where it's supposed to be. I called the marina. They said they saw it drifting out toward the Gulf around dawn. Stay put. I'll pick you up in 20. Carlton Weber's houseboat, the regulatory relief, drifted listlessly in the shallow waters off Cedar Key, spinning slowly like a drunk trying to find his car keys. Gumbo maneuvered alongside in a borrowed fishing skiff, the outboard motor coughing asthmatically with each acceleration. Something's wrong, Eliza said, shielding her eyes against the morning glare. Her auburn hair whipped around her face in the Gulf breeze, giving her the appearance of a wildfire in human form. Carlton is obsessive about security. He'd never leave his boat untethered. Folks in Florida do stranger things before breakfast, Gumbo replied, though he shared her concern. Last month, a guy in Ocala tried to pay his water bill with an alligator. Said it was nature's currency. This is different, Eliza insisted as they pulled alongside. Carlton was terrified. Said he'd been documenting environmental violations for years. Called himself the last honest inspector in Florida, which granted isn't a high bar to clear. Gumbo tied off to Weber's boat and helped Eliza aboard. The deck was immaculate, too immaculate. Not a fish scale or muddy footprint in sight, which for any Florida man's boat was as suspicious as a politician declining a campaign contribution. Inside, the scene told its own story. Half-packed suitcases lay open on the bed. Dresser drawers hung ajar like mouths frozen mid-scream. A ticket printout for Costa Rica lay on the kitchenette counter, partially obscured by an overturned mug of coffee, the brown liquid long dried into a Rorschach test of hurried departure. Looks like our witness was planning a spontaneous international vacation, Gumbo observed, examining the ticket. Departure time was 3 hours ago. Carlton wouldn't run, Eliza insisted, rifling through papers scattered across a small desk. He kept saying this was his redemption story. 20 years of rubber-stamping destruction, and now I'm finally doing the right thing. He wouldn't bail before going on record. Gumbo picked up a framed photograph of Weber, a thin, sunburnt man with the anxious expression of someone who spent decades checking boxes he shouldn't have, posing proudly beside what appeared to be an exceptionally ugly fish. People find redemption in strange places, Gumbo mused. Sometimes Costa Rica. Sometimes at the bottom of Disappointment Bay, with concrete environmental impact statements tied to their ankles. That's not funny. Wasn't trying to be. Eliza paused at the kitchenette counter, lifting a small spiral notebook. His journal's still here. Carlton documented everything, said it was habit from years of government work. If he was running, he'd have taken this. The journal's final entry, dated yesterday, read, "Meeting reporter tomorrow. Bringing the Sandcastle files. The Pelican agreed to meet. This ends now." The Pelican? Gumbo frowned. That's the second time that name's come up. It's his whistleblower codename, Eliza explained, flipping through earlier pages. Very dramatic, very Carlton. He said pelicans were nature's most vigilant watchers. They see everything from above. Poetic for a government inspector. Gumbo continued his search, moving methodically through the compact living space. In the bedroom, something caught his eye. A phone charger still plugged in, its cable ending in emptiness. Most people running for their lives remember their phones, he noted. Especially if they've got damning evidence on them. Under the bed, wedged between a dusty shoebox and what appeared to be a tackle box full of government forms, Gumbo spotted a cheap black burner phone. The kind favored by drug dealers, cheating spouses, and apparently, environmental whistleblowers with a flair for espionage. Jackpot, he called to Eliza. Our friend Carlton had a backup communication system. The phone was nearly new, its call history containing just one number, saved simply as P. The Pelican, I presume, Gumbo said, showing Eliza. Your source had a source. Should we call it? Not from here, Gumbo pocketed the phone. Whoever P is, they're either in danger or dangerous. Either way, we need secure ground under our feet first. A sudden thump overhead made them both freeze. Footsteps crossed the deck with the unhurried confidence of someone who owned every board they walked on. Back exit, Gumbo whispered, pointing toward a small rear hatch. Now. They slipped through the hatch onto a narrow rear deck, just as the main cabin door swung open. Through the window, Gumbo caught a glimpse of an expensive suit and the unmistakable bulge of a shoulder holster. Water, he mouthed to Eliza, gesturing over the side. Quiet. They slid into the gulf with twin ripples, the warm water enveloping them instantly. Eliza's eyes widened as she pointed downward. Just beneath their feet, a large dark shape glided past with prehistoric patience. Bull shark. Not actively hunting, but certainly open to opportunity if it presented itself. Gumbo pointed toward a cluster of mangroves 30 yards away, their tangled roots offering both concealment and protection from finned opportunists. With slow, deliberate strokes, they made their way through the murky water. From Weber's boat came the sounds of a methodical search, drawers opening, furniture moving, occasional muttered curses. Whoever was looking wasn't finding what they wanted. Finally reaching the mangroves, they pulled themselves up onto the twisted roots, breathing hard. Eliza's reporter's notebook had dissolved into papier-mâché in her pocket, but she seemed more concerned with scanning the horizon. There, she whispered, pointing northward. A sleek cigarette boat approached Carlton's houseboat, throttled down to a deceptive idle. At the wheel stood Samuel Rourke himself, his silver hair gleaming in the morning sun like a well-polished trophy. Even from this distance, His posture radiated the effortless arrogance of a man who considered the world his personal property, with the rest of humanity as unwelcome trespassers. "The developer himself doing cleanup work," Gumbo murmured. "That's how you know we've struck a nerve." "Carlton knew something big," Eliza said, wringing water from her hair. "Something worth Rourke getting his own manicured hands dirty." "And something worth a Costa Rican vacation," Gumbo added, checking that the burner phone was still functioning despite its swimming lesson. "Question is, did Weber run, or was he helped out of town via the express route?" "Either way," Eliza said grimly, "we've lost our witness." "Not necessarily." Gumbo held up the phone. "We've still got this Pelican character. And birds of a feather make terrible metaphors when you're soaking wet and being hunted by land developers. I was going to say stick together, but your version has a certain panache." As they watched, Rourke's man emerged from the houseboat, shaking his head in the universal gesture for mission failure. Rourke's response, slamming his hand against the wheel of his boat, was equally universal. "One thing's certain," Gumbo said, as the cigarette boat roared away in a tantrum of white wake. "Whatever Carlton Weber knew about Operation Sandcastle, Rourke thinks it went missing with him." "But it didn't," Eliza said, a slow smile spreading across her face despite their soggy predicament. "It's with the Pelican. And soon," Gumbo promised, patting the waterlogged burner phone, "we'll be sharing their nest." A distant splash made them both turn. Old Scarback had apparently followed them, landing with his typical lack of grace nearby. The bird regarded them with an expression that somehow conveyed both judgment and solidarity. "Don't look at me like that," Gumbo told the Pelican. "At least you can fly away from this mess." The bird responded by regurgitating half a fish onto the mangrove root, then staring at Gumbo expectantly. "I think he's offering you breakfast," Eliza laughed. "And people say Florida hospitality is dead," Gumbo sighed. "Just another day in paradise." Chapter 10. The evening sun splashed across Cedar Key's harbor like a tipsy tourist spilling a rum punch, messy, colorful, and somehow making everything more interesting. Gumbo Malone guided his weather-beaten pickup down a shell-packed driveway, overgrown with palmetto bushes that slapped against the doors with the enthusiasm of overzealous car wash attendants. "This is your idea of a safe house?" Eliza Mercer's journalistic skepticism dripped from every syllable. She clutched her laptop bag against her chest, like it contained the original Declaration of Independence rather than half-finished exposés, and an embarrassing collection of cat videos. "Safe is relative in Florida," Gumbo explained, swerving to avoid a suspiciously turtle-shaped rock that turned out to be an actual turtle. It retracted indignantly into its shell. "Like swimwear or sobriety." The safe house materialized through the sea grape trees, a sprawling single-story structure with peeling mint green paint and a hand-painted sign declaring Jimbo's Genuine Florida Gator Wrestling Academy, where the brave become legends and the stupid become statistics. "You're joking," Eliza said, her Boston accent sharpening with each passing second. "This place is about as inconspicuous as a flamingo in a penguin colony." "That's the beauty of it." Gumbo killed the engine, which sputtered to silence with a concerning metallic rattle. "Nobody looks for fugitives at a gator wrestling school. It's like hiding a diamond in a rhinestone factory." The front door burst open before they could exit the truck. A man the approximate size and shape of a refrigerator with limbs bounded toward them. His sun-leathered face was bisected by a handlebar mustache that appeared to have been cultivated with the same dedication most people reserve for raising children. "Malone," the human bullhorn bellowed. "You magnificent son of a sea cook. It's been 3 hurricanes since I laid eyes on your sorry behind." "Jimbo," Gumbo nodded, accepting a backslapping hug that threatened spinal realignment. "Thanks for the accommodation on short notice." "Shoot, anything for my favorite former corporate sellout," Jimbo winked at Eliza. "And who's this fine specimen of journalistic integrity?" Eliza extended a hand that disappeared into Jimbo's massive paw. How did you know I'm a journalist? The ink stains on your right middle finger, the reporter's notebook outline in your back pocket, and the fact that Gumbo called me yesterday asking if I'd hide a nosy reporter who's pissed off some powerful people. Jimbo released her hand with surprising gentleness. Plus, I read your piece on phosphate mining killing off the Gulf. Damn fine work. Eliza blinked, reassessing the man before her. Thank you. Most people don't make it past the headline. Most people think professional wrestling is real, and chocolate milk comes from brown cows, Jimbo shrugged. Come on in, before the skeeters carry you off for dinner. The interior of Jimbo's establishment defied easy categorization. Part rustic lodge, part natural history museum, and part what appeared to be an abandoned tiki bar inventory clearance sale. Mounted on the walls were several alligator heads of varying sizes, each wearing different seasonal hats, the largest sporting a festive sombrero. Off-season, Jimbo explained, gesturing to the empty central arena surrounded by bleachers. Gator wrestling tourist trade doesn't pick up until the northerners start flooding down after Christmas. Just me and the training gators now. Training gators? Eliza's eyebrows nearly achieved orbit. As if on cue, a distinctly reptilian hiss emanated from behind a half-closed door. Jimbo beamed with paternal pride. My emotional support alligator program started it 3 years ago, after that law passed, allowing basically anything with a pulse to be an emotional support animal. Figure if people can have emotional support peacocks on airplanes, why not alligators? Why not indeed, Eliza murmured, casting a desperate glance at Gumbo, who was inspecting a wall of photographs showing Jimbo wrestling progressively larger reptiles while wearing progressively smaller swimwear. You'll be staying in the East Wing, Jimbo continued, hoisting their bags effortlessly. Used to be the gift shop, before the health department had opinions about my taxidermy bobblehead dolls. Something about using actual bobcat heads being profoundly disturbing and potentially disease-spreading. He made exaggerated air quotes with his free hand. Bureaucrats. The East Wing turned out to be a converted storage space with 2 twin beds, a small bathroom, and windows strategically covered with what appeared to be wrestling tournament posters from the 1980s. Sorry about the shared accommodations, Jimbo said, depositing their bags on a faded alligator print quilt. Got 3 emotional support gators in training, occupying the other rooms. Can't disturb their routine or they get cranky. Eliza's face performed an impressive journey through several emotions before settling on resigned disbelief. And these emotional support alligators, they stay in their rooms, correct? Mostly, Jimbo hedged. Sunshine has figured out doorknobs, but she's generally polite about it. Knocks with her snout first. After Jimbo departed to prepare what he cryptically described as his world-famous, not technically illegal gator gumbo, Eliza rounded on Gumbo with the intensity of a woman contemplating justifiable homicide. When you said safe house, I was expecting something with locks. And possibly walls that don't have alligator-sized holes in them. She pointed to a suspicious opening near the baseboards. Trust me, Gumbo said, dropping onto one of the beds, which protested with a spring-stretching groan. Nobody looking for you would ever think to check here. It's hiding in plain sight, Florida style. That's not necessarily comforting, Eliza muttered, gingerly lowering herself onto the remaining bed. She pulled out her laptop, then froze. Is there Wi-Fi? Absolutely, Gumbo nodded. Password is chomp 69 feet, according to Jimbo's text. Of course it is. While Eliza set up her mobile reporting station, Gumbo took inventory of their surroundings. The room was odd but defensible, 1 door, small windows, and surprisingly clean despite the eccentric decor. Jimbo might cultivate the appearance of a backwoods gator wrestling lunatic, but Gumbo knew better. The man had served 15 years in military intelligence before deciding that alligators were more trustworthy than humans. We should be safe here until we figure out our next move, Gumbo said. Rourke's men will be watching your apartment and my boat. About that, Eliza said, not looking up from her screen. How exactly did they find your boat? You said it was off the grid. Nothing's truly off the grid in Florida, Gumbo sighed. Land of satellite imagery and bored retirees with nothing better to do than report suspicious vessels to the Coast Guard. A solid hour passed in relative silence, broken only by Eliza's typing and the occasional distant hiss that Gumbo pretended not to hear. He was halfway through cleaning his ancient but reliable Colt .38 when he noticed Eliza quickly closing a document as he glanced her way. Working on the exposé? He asked casually. Something like that, she replied with practiced vagueness that set off every investigative alarm bell in Gumbo's head. Mind if I take a look? Might spot something you've missed. Eliza clutched her laptop closer. It's not ready yet. I don't share unfinished work. Funny, Gumbo said, sliding his cleaned revolver back into its holster, because I could swear I just caught a glimpse of a journal that had nothing to do with Sandcastle Resort. Eliza's professional facade cracked slightly. I keep notes on multiple stories. Occupational hazard. Notes that you're hiding from the person risking his life to protect you? Their standoff was interrupted by the dramatic entrance of a 3-foot alligator waddling purposefully through the doorway. It wore what appeared to be a miniature service animal vest emblazoned with emotional support. Do not pet unless you don't value your fingers. That would be Sunshine, Jimbo called from the hallway. She likes to meet the new guests. Consider it a compliment. She only visits people she doesn't immediately view as prey. The alligator regarded them with prehistoric eyes, then settled onto a small rug near the door like an unusually scaly guard dog. Eliza stared at the reptile, then at Gumbo, then back at her laptop. With a resigned sigh, she turned the screen toward him. Fine. I've been keeping a separate file. Things I haven't shared with you. Gumbo scanned the document, his expression darkening. These are connections between Rourke and previous suspicious deaths. Going back 5 years. Including my former editor, Eliza said quietly. The one who supposedly died in a boating accident after we started investigating coastal development corruption. Why didn't you tell me this from the beginning? Because I needed to know whose side you were really on, she admitted. Florida's full of ex-cops and private investigators who are on developer payrolls. I couldn't risk it. Their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills while Sunshine the alligator watched with reptilian indifference. In the background, Jimbo could be heard singing an improbable duet with what sounded like another alligator. No more secrets, Gumbo finally said. Not if we're going to take these people down. Eliza hesitated, then nodded slowly. Agreed. Though I reserve the right to protect my sources. Fair enough. Gumbo extended his hand. They shook on it while Sunshine made a sound suspiciously similar to a skeptical snort. Outside, the Florida darkness settled over the Gator Wrestling Academy like a damp blanket. In the distance, old Scarback patrolled his watery territory, perhaps sensing the human dramas unfolding on shore. And somewhere in a gleaming office overlooking the Gulf, Samuel Rourke studied satellite images of Cedar Key, his manicured finger tapping thoughtfully over an innocuous structure labeled Gator Wrestling Academy. The pieces were moving on the board, and the game was about to get a lot more dangerous. Chapter 11. Gumbo Malone was engaged in his morning ritual of contemplating Florida's perpetual identity crisis while balancing precariously on the edge of his replacement houseboat. 3 empty rum bottles, sacrificial offerings to last night's investigation, lined the railing like tiny glass sentinels. The morning sun glinted off their surfaces, sending kaleidoscopic patterns dancing across the deck. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated with the enthusiasm of a maraca in a salsa band. He fished it out, nearly toppling backward into waters that harbored at least 2 alligators he had personally named. "Talk to me," he answered. "I found something," Ellie's voice came through, sharp and crisp as freshly laundered money. "Get over here now. And bring coffee. The good stuff, not that convenience store swill that tastes like it was filtered through a tourist's unwashed beach sock." "Good morning to you too, sunshine," Gumbo replied, but the line was already dead. 45 minutes later, Gumbo navigated the warren of mismatched furnishings that constituted Ellie Hightower's home office. The former corporate accountant had transformed her beachfront cottage into a financial forensics command center that would make the IRS weep with envy. 3 computer monitors displayed spreadsheets of such Byzantine complexity that Gumbo felt mildly dizzy glancing at them. "These shell companies," Ellie was saying, gesturing with reading glasses that dangled from a chain adorned with tiny silver calculator charms. "They're like nesting dolls, except every doll is wearing a different disguise and has its own offshore bank account." She tapped a manicured nail against one of the screens. "Blue Horizon Holdings, Emerald Coast Investments, Sunshine State Development Trust, they all loop back to the same post office box in Grand Cayman." Gumbo set down the coffee carrier, extracting the cup marked with enough caffeine warnings to trigger a DIA investigation. "And these companies are buying land where, exactly?" "Here, here, and here," Ellie said, switching to a satellite map where red dots clustered around green patches. "All adjacent to protected wetlands. They're creating a patchwork of private property surrounding environmental preserves." "Like a moat," Gumbo mused. "A very expensive moat." Ellie sipped her coffee, closing her eyes momentarily in caffeinated bliss. "We're talking $37 million in acquisitions over 18 months. Gumbo leaned closer, his forearm inadvertently brushing against Ellie's shoulder. She smelled like sandalwood and calculator ink, an oddly intoxicating combination. "And the money trail leads back to." "That's where it gets interesting." Ellie clicked to another screen displaying a website for Save Our Shores, featuring Mayor Wilson Lafayette, beaming beside a manatee that appeared to be questioning its life choices. "Our esteemed mayor's environmental charity received anonymous donations matching to the dollar the fees paid to environmental officials who approved development permits in contested areas." "How much are we talking?" $2.3 million, Ellie said with the precise intonation of someone who counted decimal points for recreation. "And guess who sits on the board of Save Our Shores alongside our illustrious mayor?" "Samuel Rourke," Gumbo guessed, recalling the developer's mansion with its Florida-shaped swimming pool, complete with a hot tub positioned directly over the Everglades. "Got it in one." "And Trevor Blackwood." Gumbo's phone chimed with a news alert. He glanced down to see Blackwood's latest article, "Local Reporters' Credibility Questioned, Sources Reveal History of Fabrication." "Speaking of the devil's publicist," Gumbo muttered, showing Ellie the screen. "He works fast," she observed. "Eliza must be getting close to something substantial." As if summoned by her name, Gumbo's phone vibrated again with a text from Eliza, "Need to see you now. Someone leaked our investigation to Blackwood. I'm being followed." "I've got to go," Gumbo said, downing the remainder of his coffee with reckless disregard for esophageal integrity. "Eliza's in trouble." "I'll keep digging," Ellie promised. "There's something here about unusual transport approvals for the port adjacent to Rourke's development." Jimbo's Gator Wrestling Academy and Petting Zoo occupied 5 swampy acres at the unfashionable end of an already unfashionable road. A hand-painted sign proclaimed, "Wrestle at your own risk, gators don't sign liability waivers." During the off-season, which was whenever Jimbo decided he needed a fishing vacation, the facility transformed into an improbable safe house. Its primary security feature was that no one in their right mind would venture there voluntarily. Gumbo found Eliza pacing between 2 kiddie pools occupied by alligators wearing training harnesses bedazzled with rhinestones spelling princess and bruiser, respectively. Your definition of safe house needs serious recalibration, Eliza greeted him, her normally immaculate bob haircut now resembling a stress experiment gone wrong. There's an alligator using my laptop bag as a pillow. That's Mabel, Gumbo explained. She's an emotional support alligator in training. Very gentle. Unless you use all caps in emails, she finds it triggering. Eliza shot him a look that could curdle swamp water. Trevor's article is just the beginning. Someone leaked our notes about Rourke's environmental violations. How bad? My primary source, at the Environmental Protection Agency, just received a fruit basket and a job offer in Antarctica. The whistleblower from the Coastal Commission found his boat mysteriously full of concrete. I've got suspicious cars driving past my apartment, and someone replaced all my coffee with decaf. She shuddered at the last revelation. We need to accelerate our timeline, Gumbo decided. Ellie found something about the mayor's charity being used to launder payoffs to environmental officials. Eliza's reporter instincts visibly perked up. The Save Our Shores Foundation? I've been trying to get their donor list for months. Well, now we have it. And something else. The shell companies buying land around protected areas. They're setting up for something bigger than luxury developments. Eliza retrieved her notebook from beneath a drowsy Mabel, who expressed her displeasure with a tail swish that sent a decorative flamingo flying. I've been tracking unusual permit applications. Rourke's people requested authorization for deep water channels in areas that typically don't allow motorized boats. Gumbo's phone rang again. Ellie. You need to see this, she said without preamble. The mayor's wife just transferred $50,000 to Trevor Blackwood's offshore account, routed through 3 different banks. The mayor's wife is paying Blackwood? Gumbo exchanged glances with Eliza, who was frantically scribbling notes. And something else, Ellie continued. Remember that pattern of land acquisitions? They perfectly match the locations marked in a classified Army Corps of Engineers report about potential sites for clandestine naval access. A report that was leaked 3 years ago and subsequently buried. The pieces clicked together in Gumbo's mind like a jigsaw puzzle assembled by someone with questionable intentions and unlimited resources. They're not just building resorts, he said slowly. They're creating private ports disguised as luxury marinas. Exactly. Ellie's excitement crackled through the phone. But the question is, ports for what? As if in answer, Mabel the alligator suddenly hissed, her prehistoric instincts detecting an approaching threat before human senses could register it. Through the grimy window of Jimbo's office, Gumbo spotted a black SUV rolling silently down the dirt drive, its windows tinted to mirror-like opacity. I think we're about to have company, he told both women. And something tells me they're not here for the gator wrestling demonstration. There's a back exit through the reptile nursery, Eliza said, already gathering her materials. Jimbo showed me earlier, right after he explained why we should never turn our backs on something called Snappy McTeeth. As the SUV's doors began to open, Gumbo made a split-second decision. Ellie, meet us at Plan B location. Bring everything you've found. I think it's time we had a conversation with the mayor's wife. He disconnected, as a man in an expensive suit that screamed, I threaten people for a living, stepped from the vehicle, adjusting cufflinks that could double as brass knuckles in a pinch. Ready for some Florida-style diplomacy? Gumbo asked Eliza, reaching for the emergency air horn Jimbo kept next to a jar labeled Genuine Gator Tears from Sad Movies Only. Just another day in paradise, Eliza replied, her sardonic tone belied by the white-knuckled grip on her notebook. Though I'm starting to think Satan named this state as a practical joke. As the man in the suit approached the door, Gumbo pressed the air horn button, sending the emotional support alligators into a training frenzy of splashing, tail-whipping chaos, creating the perfect cover for their escape through the reptile nursery. Paradise had never felt so hazardous. Chapter 12. The tuxedo smelled like mothballs, desperation, and possibly a hint of formaldehyde. Gumbo Malone stood before the cloudy mirror in his temporary houseboat, wondering how his life had led to this moment. Squeezing into formal wear that had last seen action during the Clinton administration while a 6-foot alligator watched from the bathtub. "Don't judge me, Brutus," Gumbo muttered to the reptile, who blinked one lazy eye in response. "This is investigative work at its finest." Brutus, on loan from Jimbo's Gator wrestling school, as part of an elaborate security system, Gumbo's idea after the break-in, responded by yawning wide enough to showcase dental work that would bankrupt an orthodontist. "At least you're not wearing a bow tie that could double as a tourist trap souvenir," Gumbo said, adjusting the offending article. The tie featured tiny embroidered palm trees that seemed to be engaged in some sort of botanical conga line. It had been the only option at Fancy Fred's formal and fishing gear, Cedar Key's sole purveyor of attire suitable for both weddings and deep-sea excursions. His phone buzzed with a text from Ellie. "Ready for your undercover mission, 007. Don't forget, if Sterling talks real estate, you're an investor from Michigan looking for authentic Florida opportunities. If he doesn't buy it, pretend to choke on a canapé and make a strategic exit." Gumbo smiled. In the weeks since Eliza Mercer had come to him with her stalking case, which had rapidly evolved into a conspiracy involving corrupt officials and illegal development, Ellie had become more than just a financial consultant for Malone and Hightower investigations. Their evening at the Rusty Pelican had confirmed what Gumbo had suspected since that rainy afternoon in her cafe. Ellie Hightower was the only person in Florida who made him feel both terrified and completely at ease. "She's too good for me," he informed Brutus, who responded by sinking lower into the bathwater, clearly unimpressed by Gumbo's romantic insights. The Save Our Shores Gala, hosted annually by Mayor Raymond Billingsley, was Cedar Key's premier social event, a paradoxical evening where the region's wealthiest citizens paid $500 a plate to pretend they cared about the very ecosystems their businesses were systematically destroying. It was like watching Piranha host a benefit for water conservation. Samuel Rourke would be there, of course. The real estate magnate had been the primary donor to the mayor's environmental charity for 3 consecutive years, a fact that struck Gumbo as suspicious as finding a vegetarian at an alligator wrestling convention. "Remember, you're just gathering information," Gumbo told his reflection. "Observe Rourke, watch his interactions with the mayor, maybe eavesdrop on some conversations. No confrontations, no accusations, and absolutely no getting shot at." He paused. "And no spilling drinks on important people." Brutus made a sound that might have been agreement or indigestion. The Cedar Key Community Center had undergone a transformation that could only be described as coastal wealth hallucination. Twinkling lights hung from the ceiling in elaborate patterns meant to resemble ocean waves. Sand dollars and starfish, hopefully plastic, adorned every surface. A massive ice sculpture of a dolphin presided over the bar, slowly melting in such a way that its expression shifted from joyful to deeply concerned about its life choices. "Mr. Winchester? Mr. Thaddeus Winchester from Michigan?" A server approached, offering a tray of hors d'oeuvres that appeared to be tiny crustaceans martyred for the cause of appetizers. Gumbo nodded, momentarily forgetting his alias before mentally kicking himself. "Yes, that's me. Thaddeus Winchester. From Michigan. Where it snows. A lot." He took a shrimp puff and immediately regretted it as something suspiciously crunchy made contact with his molars. "Mayor Billingsley asked me to bring you to his table. He's very excited to meet a potential investor from the Midwest." The server, whose name tag identified her as Destiny, looked as uncomfortable in her formal wear as Gumbo felt in his. Her smile had the fixed quality of someone who'd been told her tip depended on its unwavering maintenance. Billingsley held court at a center table, his considerable girth barely contained by a white dinner jacket stretched to its structural limits. His face had the peculiar, reddish hue of someone whose blood pressure and bank account were locked in an upward competitive spiral. Winchester. The mayor's voice boomed across the room with the subtle diplomacy of a foghorn. Come sit. We were just discussing the environmental impact studies for the new marina expansion. Gumbo took the offered seat, nodding politely to the table's other occupants, two city council members whose names he vaguely recalled from Eliza's articles, an elderly woman whose diamond necklace could fund a small nation's GDP, and most importantly, Samuel Rourke. Rourke's smile didn't reach his eyes, which remained as cold and calculating as a payback schedule on a predatory loan. Mr. Winchester, I understand you're interested in our little slice of paradise. Very interested, Gumbo confirmed, channeling every corporate blowhard he'd ever endured meetings with. Michigan's real estate market is as frozen as our lakes. I'm looking for sustainable investment opportunities with growth potential. Sustainable. Mayor Billingsley clinked his glass enthusiastically. That's our watchword here in Cedar Key. Progress in harmony with nature. Right, Sam? Rourke's smile tightened by approximately 2 millimeters. Absolutely, Ray. We're developing opportunities while preserving what makes Florida special. The conversation flowed like brackish water, superficially smooth but with dangerous currents beneath. Gumbo listened as Billingsley extolled the virtues of responsible coastal management, while Rourke occasionally interjected with references to streamlining regulatory obstacles and modernizing conservation approaches. The translations weren't difficult. Responsible management meant minimal oversight, streamlining obstacles meant bypassing environmental reviews, and modernizing conservation meant ignoring it entirely. After 45 minutes of barely disguised corruption disguised as dinner conversation, Gumbo excused himself to the bar, needing both a drink and a strategic vantage point to observe Rourke's interactions with other guests. He was nursing a surprisingly decent whiskey when a voice like honey over gravel spoke behind him. You don't look like a Thaddeus. Gumbo turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing an elegant navy dress and an expression of amused skepticism. Her silver-streaked dark hair was pulled into a sleek chignon, and intelligence radiated from her like heat from asphalt in August. Mrs. Billingsley, Gumbo ventured, recognizing the mayor's wife from the photos in Eliza's research files. Veronica, she corrected, ordering a martini with 3 olives and a decisive nod to the bartender. And you're not from Michigan. Your tan has the particular patina of someone who spends too much time on Florida waters, not frozen lakes. Gumbo weighed his options and opted for a partial truth. I'm researching potential investments. Her eyes, sharp as a great blue heron's, assessed him. Just be careful what you invest in around here. Some returns aren't worth the cost. Before Gumbo could respond, the mayor's booming voice announced the commencement of the charity auction, featuring fantastic items generously donated by our community's finest citizens. Veronica sighed, lifting her martini in a mock toast. Time to watch my husband sell off pieces of public land, disguised as charity lots. The highest bidder gets development rights and a tax write-off. 2-for-1 special. She moved away, leaving Gumbo processing this unexpected candor. He followed her to the auction area, where Billingsley was enthusiastically describing a pristine waterfront parcel with minimal regulatory encumbrances. Gumbo watched as Rourke and several other developers placed strategic bids, a choreographed dance of wealth where the outcome seemed predetermined. He edged closer to where Rourke stood with one of the city council members, their heads bent in conversation. The sandcastle permits are already in motion, the councilman murmured. Environmental survey comes back clean next week. It better, Rourke replied, his voice low. We've paid enough to ensure it. There's still the issue of those nesting sites. Handled. The ornithologist has been very cooperative since his son got that scholarship. Gumbo shifted to maintain his eavesdropping position, inadvertently bumping into a server carrying a tray of deep red punch. The inevitable collision sent a ruby wave cascading directly onto the pristine white dress of the woman beside him. "I'm so sorry," Gumbo began, then froze as he realized his victim was none other than Veronica Billingsley. Instead of outrage, her eyes sparkled with what might have been amusement or calculation. As she dabbed at the spreading stain with a cocktail napkin, she leaned close to Gumbo. "Be careful who you trust," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the auctioneer's patter. "Including me." Before Gumbo could respond, Mayor Billingsley appeared, his face transitioning from politician's smile to husband's concern. "Veronica. What happened?" "Just a little accident, dear. Mr. Winchester was telling me about Michigan's famous cherry harvest, and I think his enthusiasm got the better of him." She patted Gumbo's arm reassuringly. "No harm done. Though I should attend to this before it sets." As she departed, escorted by her hovering husband, Gumbo felt Rourke's cold gaze settle on him like a predator assessing potential prey. The developer's expression remained pleasant, but something in his eyes suggested mental calculations involving deep water, concrete blocks, and unfortunate accidents. Gumbo raised his glass in a small salute, maintaining his cover while mentally cataloging everything he'd overhead. The auction continued, the wealthy citizens of Cedar Key bidding on parcels of their own destruction while congratulating themselves on their conservation efforts. Outside, beyond the twinkling lights and champagne bubbles, old Scarback, the massive alligator known to patrol Cedar Key's waters, slid silently through the mangroves bordering the community center. His ancient eyes regarded the celebration with reptilian patience, a primordial observer of humanity's peculiar rituals in a land that had belonged to his kind long before men in mothball-scented tuxedos arrived to claim it. Chapter 13. The borrowed tuxedo had seen better days, specifically days that didn't involve being stored in a cedar chest with mothballs that possessed nuclear-grade potency. Gumbo Malone tugged at the collar, which seemed determined to perform an amateur tracheotomy, while simultaneously trying to prevent his cummerbund from migrating to his armpits. "Stop fidgeting," Eliza hissed, looking unfairly comfortable in an emerald evening gown that probably cost more than Gumbo's monthly boat payment. "You look like you're smuggling ferrets." "I'm smuggling discomfort," Gumbo whispered back. This tux was last worn by someone who apparently had the proportions of a giraffe with scoliosis. They stood in the marbled lobby of City Hall, transformed for the night into a glittering shrine to coastal conservation through the questionable aesthetic of Under the Sea, but make it expensive. Plastic coral reefs competed with ice sculptures of endangered manatees, their frozen expressions suggesting they'd just witnessed their own extinction. A banner stretched overhead proclaiming, "Mayor Blackburn Save Our Shore's annual gala," in a font that screamed, "I paid too much for this design." "Remember the plan," Eliza murmured, accepting a flute of champagne from a server dressed as what appeared to be a confused interpretation of a sea cucumber. "We mingle, we observe, we find an excuse to slip upstairs to the office." "Yes, because nothing says inconspicuous like a man whose rental tuxedo smells like chemical warfare, and a reporter known for eviscerating half the people in this room in print." Gumbo nodded cordially to a county commissioner who was eyeing him with the suspicion typically reserved for IRS auditors at a tax evasion convention. Eliza put on her journalist smile, the one that made interviewees simultaneously want to confess their sins and check their life insurance policies. "Your pessimism is showing, Mr. Malone. Tuck it in next to your emergency flask." "It's not a flask, it's a tactical hydration reserve," Gumbo protested, patting the suspicious bulge in his jacket pocket. The bourbon inside had been a gift from Devereux, who'd claimed it was distilled by a one-eyed man who talks to alligators and makes the best damn whiskey this side of Kentucky. Gumbo was saving it for emergencies, and infiltrating a room full of Florida's most corrupt officials in formal wear qualified. The room buzzed with the particular energy of the wealthy pretending to care about something beyond their property values. Marine-themed centerpieces adorned tables where women dripping in jewels that could fund small nation-states discussed the tragic plight of shoreline erosion while their husbands negotiated coastal development deals between canapes. 3 o'clock, Eliza murmured. Your favorite developer. Samuel Rourke stood near the raw bar, his custom tuxedo fitting like a second skin over his tennis-honed physique. His unnaturally white teeth flashed as he laughed at something the mayor's wife had said, though his eyes remained calculatingly cold. Beside him, the mayor, a man whose political principles were as substantial as morning fog, nodded enthusiastically while eyeing the exit with barely concealed longing. Time to mingle, Gumbo said, straightening his bow tie. Remember, if anyone asks, I'm a distant cousin of the Vanderbilts who made my fortune in sustainable shrimp farming. Nobody's going to believe you're a Vanderbilt in that tuxedo, Eliza retorted. Just say you're my photographer. It explains both your lack of social graces and why you're following me around. They circulated through the crowd, Eliza effortlessly engaging in conversations that balanced between journalistic probing and social pleasantry, while Gumbo attempted to look like he belonged among people whose watches cost more than his boat. He caught snippets of conversations that confirmed his suspicions about the thin veneer of environmental concern masking rampant corruption. Permits aren't really the issue if you know which palms to grease. Guaranteed 40% return once the zoning changes. Sea turtle nesting grounds, but we've got a workaround. Gumbo was contemplating the moral implications of slipping the seafood tower into his pockets for later consumption, when he literally bumped into the mayor's wife, sending a cascade of bright pink punch down the front of her cream-colored gown. Sweet mother of, I am profoundly sorry, Mrs. Blackburn, Gumbo stammered, frantically offering his pocket square, which reeked so strongly of mothballs that several nearby guests began to cough. Vivian Blackburn, a former beauty queen whose surgically preserved features suggested a woman engaged in mortal combat with time itself, waved away his attempts to help with a practiced smile. No harm done, she said, leaning in as she dabbed at her dress. Though perhaps it's a sign to be careful who you trust in this room. Her eyes, sharp as a pelican spotting a fish from 50 feet, locked with his for a moment. Then she straightened, the social mask slipping back into place. Do enjoy the gala, Mr. Malone. Gumbo Malone. What an unusual name. She blinked slowly, recognition dawning. The investigator. How interesting that you're here. Before Gumbo could respond, she glided away, leaving behind the lingering scent of expensive perfume and the distinct impression that Vivian Blackburn knew exactly why he was at the gala. Eliza materialized at his elbow, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. Smooth. Very covert. Should we just announce our intentions over the PA system next? She knows something, Gumbo muttered. The way she looked at me, she wanted me to know she knows something. Fascinating, psychological analysis. Can we focus on the plan? I spotted the security guard rotating off the 3rd floor. We have about 20 minutes before his replacement arrives. They made their way to a service stairwell, Eliza slipping out of her heels to move silently up the steps while Gumbo tried to prevent his rental shoes, which emitted a sound like dying ducks with each step, from giving them away. The mayor's office occupied the southeast corner of the 3rd floor, its mahogany door emblazoned with a brass plaque proclaiming Mayor Howard Blackburn, in letters that compensated with size what the man lacked in moral stature. Keep watch, Eliza instructed, producing a set of lockpicks from somewhere in her gown that Gumbo decided not to inquire about. Where did you learn to pick locks? He asked as she worked on the door with surprising proficiency. Journalism school, she replied without looking up. Elective course between ethics and reporting, and how to make coffee last 60 hours. The lock clicked open with a satisfying sound that caused Gumbo's stomach to execute a maneuver between excitement and dread. They slipped inside, Eliza immediately heading for the filing cabinet while Gumbo moved to the computer. "Password protected," he muttered, staring at the login screen. "Try password," Eliza suggested, rifling through files. "No self-respecting elected official would use?" Gumbo stopped as the desktop appeared. "I hate Florida sometimes." While Eliza photographed documents with her phone, Gumbo searched through digital files, his ex-corporate training in navigating bureaucratic nightmares finally proving useful. "Found it," he whispered triumphantly, opening a folder labeled innocuously as Recreation Development Projections. The architectural plans that filled the screen confirmed their worst suspicions. Labeled Sandcastle Resort, Final Approval, the schematics showed a massive development sprawling directly across protected beaches, with private docks extending into manatee habitats and a golf course replacing wetlands essential for storm protection. "They're not just building on protected land," Eliza said, looking over his shoulder. "They're completely restructuring the coastline." Gumbo quickly transmitted the files to his secure email, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "We need to cross-reference these with the environmental impact studies that mysteriously approved this monstrosity." A noise in the hallway froze them both. Footsteps approaching steadily. "Time to go," Gumbo whispered, hastily closing files and logging out. They slipped toward the door connecting to the adjacent conference room, just as the handle of the main door began to turn. Ducking behind the heavy curtains of the conference room, they held their breath as voices filtered through the partially open connecting door. "Assured me these adjustments would remain confidential," came the mayor's distinctive nasal whine. "Confidentiality costs extra these days, Howard." Rourke's voice was smooth as oil on water, especially with that nosy reporter sniffing around. "Mercer is becoming a problem," a third voice interjected. Trevor Blackwood, Eliza's rival journalist, whose articles consistently praised development while demonizing environmentalists. "My sources say she's working with a private investigator now." Eliza's phone chose that exact moment to vibrate loudly against the conference table where she'd set it down during their hasty hide. The vibration echoed like a chainsaw in a library. The voices in the mayor's office fell silent. "What was that?" Rourke demanded. Gumbo grabbed Eliza's arm, pulling her toward the emergency exit as footsteps approached the conference room. They burst through the door onto the fire escape, the alarm blaring as they clattered down metal stairs, Eliza once again clutching her heels. "My phone," she gasped as they hit the ground floor and sprinted around the corner of the building. "Consider it a professional sacrifice," Gumbo panted, loosening his stranglehold bow tie. "Like my security deposit on this tuxedo." They slowed to a dignified walk as they reached the front of City Hall, joining other guests who were filtering out from the gala, looking appropriately concerned about the fire alarm. "Well," Eliza said, slipping back into her heels with practiced ease, "that was close." Gumbo nodded, his mind racing through the implications of what they'd discovered and what they'd overheard. "We got what we needed, but we also confirmed they're onto us." A sleek black car pulled up beside them, the window rolling down to reveal Vivian Blackburn's perfectly preserved face. "Need a ride, Mr. Malone?" "Ms. Mercer? It seems you've had an exciting evening." Eliza and Gumbo exchanged a glance loaded with unspoken questions. "Don't worry," Vivian said with a smile that didn't reach her surgically tightened eyes. "I'm not fond of sandcastles either. They have a tendency to wash away when the tide comes in." As police cars pulled up to the building behind them, sirens wailing, Gumbo made a split-second decision and opened the car door. Sometimes in Florida, he reflected, your only allies were enemies of your enemies, a distinction as murky as the waters of the Everglades, and potentially just as dangerous. Chapter 14. The sunset over Cedar Key painted the horizon in shades of tangerine and fuchsia that no reasonable person would believe if they saw it on a postcard. Gumbo Malone slouched in a metal folding chair on his replacement houseboat's deck, nursing a tumbler of mediocre rum and watching a pelican attempt to swallow a fish approximately the size of a small household appliance. "That's ambition," he muttered to the bird. "Or terrible judgment. I'm familiar with both." The pelican gave him a sideways glance that somehow conveyed both contempt and solidarity before launching itself skyward, fish still visibly struggling in its expandable throat pouch. Gumbo's phone vibrated across the wobbly plastic table, dancing perilously close to the edge before he snatched it. The caller ID displayed Devereux, with a photo of a man wearing what appeared to be a hat made entirely of orchids. "Please tell me you're calling from a payphone in Costa Rica, and this whole case is just an elaborate insurance scam," Gumbo answered. "I'm afraid Dr. Devereux remains stubbornly missing," replied a voice as dry as premium gin. "This is his assistant, Bradford Knox. We met briefly when you invaded his greenhouse and accused me of having suspiciously clean fingernails for a botanist." Gumbo vaguely recalled a slender man in pressed khakis who had regarded him with the enthusiasm one might reserve for discovering mildew in expensive shoes. "Ah, yes. Bradford. What can I do for you on this unnecessarily beautiful evening?" There was a pause, followed by a sigh so measured it could have been used to calibrate scientific instruments. "I need to speak with you. In person. About matters pertaining to Dr. Devereux's research that may be relevant to his disappearance." "We talking, he ran off with the pool boy, relevant, or international orchid smuggling cartel, relevant? I'll be at the Sandpiper Inn in 30 minutes. Room 214. Come alone, and bring that police detective friend of yours who pretends not to like you but secretly does." The line went dead before Gumbo could explain that Linda Hastings wasn't so much his friend as a person who tolerated his existence with varying degrees of resentment. He stared at his phone, then at his rum. With heroic sacrifice, he set the tumbler aside, pushed himself upright, and called Linda. "Whatever it is, the answer is no," she answered on the fourth ring. "Bradford Knox wants to meet us at the Sandpiper. Says he has information about Devereux. The assistant with the origami pocket square and vocabulary that makes dictionaries feel inadequate? That's the one. Give me 20 minutes. And Gumbo, try to wear something that doesn't look like you mugged a Jimmy Buffett impersonator." The Sandpiper Inn had been under new management, according to its sun-bleached sign, for approximately 17 years. The new management had made exactly one change in that time, replacing the ice machine with a slightly newer ice machine that made the same concerning grinding noises but with slightly more enthusiasm. Gumbo and Linda stood outside room 214, listening to what sounded like a nature documentary playing at excessive volume. "Is that bird calls?" Linda whispered, her hand instinctively moving toward her service weapon. "Sounds like the mating rituals of the North American awkward situation," Gumbo replied. "My specialty." Linda rolled her eyes with such force that lesser ocular muscles would have snapped. "Just knock." Gumbo rapped on the door, which swung open immediately to reveal Bradford Knox in the same pressed khakis but with a different pocket square, this one folded into what might have been a miniature pelican. "You're late," Bradford said, checking a watch that probably cost more than Gumbo's boat. "I said 30 minutes. It's been 34. "We stopped to admire the sunset," Gumbo replied. It seemed like something Devereux would approve of. Bradford's perpetually pained expression softened marginally. "Yes, Elias was fond of natural beauty. Please come in." The room was standard Florida motel decor. Faded pastel bedspread, artwork featuring palm trees that resembled no actual palm trees in existence, and the lingering scent of industrial cleaner attempting to mask the more persistent odor of decades of tourist desperation. The bird calls, it turned out, were coming from a small speaker connected to Bradford's phone. "White noise," he explained, noticing their looks. "In case anyone is listening." "Paranoid much?" Linda asked, scanning the room with professional suspicion. Not paranoid. Prepared. Bradford perched on the edge of the bed, his posture suggesting he'd never fully relaxed in his life and wasn't about to start now. What I'm about to tell you could potentially put me in danger. From whom? Gumbo asked, leaning against the dresser. Samuel Rourke, for starters. Linda's eyebrows shot up. The developer. The one building that monstrosity of a resort on what used to be protected wetlands. The very same. Bradford adjusted his pocket square with nervous precision. Dr. Devereux discovered something on that property. Something Rourke would prefer remained undiscovered. Buried treasure. Jimmy Hoffa. Florida man's missing dignity? Gumbo suggested. Bradford's mouth twitched in what might have been an attempt at a smile. Something far more valuable to certain collectors. A previously undocumented species of ghost orchid. Exceedingly rare. Worth millions on the black market. Let me guess, Linda said. Devereux wanted to protect it, Rourke wanted to pave over it. It's more complicated than that, Bradford replied, extracting a slim leather notebook from his jacket. Eliza was documenting the species for scientific publication. He needed time, weeks, possibly months, to properly study it in its natural habitat. He handed the notebook to Gumbo, who flipped through pages of meticulous notes and detailed sketches of what looked, to his untrained eye, like every other orchid he'd ever ignored. This doesn't explain why he disappeared, Gumbo said, passing the notebook to Linda. Bradford's expression became even more pained, if such a thing were possible. I believe Elias made a terrible mistake. He tried to negotiate with Rourke. What kind of negotiation? Linda asked, studying the notebook. The blackmail kind, Bradford admitted, staring at his immaculate shoes. Elias threatened to go public with the discovery, which would halt construction indefinitely while environmental surveys were conducted. Unless Rourke paid him off, Gumbo finished. Bradford nodded, miserably. It wasn't like him. Elias had always been a champion of conservation. But recently he'd been different. Secretive. Making calls I wasn't supposed to know about. Meeting people he wouldn't introduce me to. And you think Rourke decided it was cheaper to make Devereux disappear than to pay him? Linda asked, her voice shifting into full detective mode. Or someone working for Rourke, Bradford said. There's a man, they call him the accountant. Handles Rourke's more delicate financial adjustments. Gumbo and Linda exchanged glances. They'd encountered the accountant at the Rusty Pelican when Gumbo was on his date with Ellie. Why are you telling us this now? Gumbo asked, studying Bradford's face. Bradford's carefully maintained composure cracked slightly. Because I helped him. I didn't know what he was planning, but I helped him gather the documentation. I scheduled the meeting with Rourke. I'm as responsible as anyone for whatever happened to him. Outside, a car backfired with the enthusiasm of a small explosion. Bradford jumped so violently his pocket square came undone, floating to the floor like a wounded bird. There's something else, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The day before he disappeared, Elias told me if anything happened to him, I should look in what he called the Widow's Peak. What does that mean? Linda demanded. I have no idea. But he was insistent. I remember those exact words. The bird calls from the speaker suddenly seemed louder, more insistent. Through the thin walls, they could hear a couple in the next room, having an animated debate about whether or not gators could climb trees. Florida, Gumbo sighed. Where even the mysteries have mysteries. Bradford retrieved his fallen pocket square, refolding it with trembling fingers. Will you help me find out what happened to him? I can pay, whatever your rates are. Gumbo glanced at Linda, who gave him the smallest of nods. We're already on the case, Bradford. But we'll need everything you know about Rourke, the accountant, and any other players who might be involved. And we'll need to figure out what the hell a widow's peak has to do with missing botanists and million-dollar orchids, Linda added. As they left the motel, the sunset had faded to a bruised purple, and old Scarback, the massive gator that seemed to follow Gumbo's cases like a scaly spirit guide, watched from the retention pond beside the parking lot, his prehistoric eyes reflecting the neon glow of the Sandpiper's vacancy sign. Florida's night was just beginning, and somewhere in the gathering darkness, secrets bloomed like ghost orchids, rare and dangerous and worth killing for. Chapter 15. Gumbo Malone's houseboat rocked gently in the pre-dawn light, a tranquil contrast to the chaos about to erupt. The morning air hung thick with salt and possibility as he shuffled across the weathered deck in flip-flops and boxers, coffee mug in hand. Old Scarback, the neighborhood alligator with a constellation of battle scars, floated nearby like a prehistoric sentinel, one judgmental eye above the waterline. "Morning, you dinosaur reject," Gumbo called out. "Caught any tourists lately?" The alligator blinked slowly, unimpressed by human attempts at humor before sunrise. Gumbo turned the key in his boat's ignition, anticipating the familiar rumble. Instead, he got an ominous click followed by silence. He tried again. Click. Nothing. "That's not right," he muttered, setting down his mug. The engine had been fine yesterday, when he'd returned from questioning the suspiciously well-dressed harbormaster about Rourke's nighttime shipments. A third attempt yielded a different sound, not the rumble of combustion, but the hiss of something that shouldn't be hissing. Gumbo's senses, honed by years in corporate treachery before his Florida rebirth, went on high alert. That wasn't just engine trouble. That was the sound of deliberate sabotage. He leapt back just as a shower of sparks erupted from the engine compartment, followed by a belch of black smoke that smelled like burning plastic and bad decisions. "Son of a—" The rest of his exclamation was swallowed by a small explosion that rocked the boat, sending his coffee mug on a ballistic trajectory toward old Scarback, who submerged with reptilian indignation. 20 minutes later, Eliza Mercer arrived to find Gumbo hosing down the charred remains of his engine compartment. Her pencil skirt and crisp blouse looked absurdly professional against the backdrop of maritime disaster. "You're late," he said without looking up. "Also, your choice of footwear suggests a critical misunderstanding of boat deck surfaces." Eliza wobbled on her heels, clutching a leather portfolio to her chest like a shield. "I was finishing a draft exposé on Rourke's previous developments. You know, the ones where protected wetlands mysteriously became unprotected just in time for groundbreaking." She peered at the smoking engine. "What happened here?" "Someone tried to barbecue me for breakfast." Gumbo tossed the hose aside and gestured toward the blackened wires and melted components. "Amateur job, but effective. Timer-based incendiary device wired to the ignition. If I'd been standing closer, or if the fuel line had caught." He made a boom gesture with his hands. "They're getting serious," Eliza said, suddenly pale beneath her freckles. "Nothing says you're on the right track like attempted murder before coffee." Gumbo wiped his hands on a rag that had once been a Tampa Bay Buccaneers t-shirt. "So, tell me what's really going on, Eliza. This isn't just about environmental permits anymore, is it?" Eliza's professional demeanor cracked. She glanced nervously over her shoulder at the surrounding boats, then lowered her voice. "I think I've uncovered something bigger than Rourke's development schemes. Something that explains why so many officials have been willing to look the other way." "I'm listening." Gumbo led her inside the cabin, where a surprising amount of order existed despite the nautical chaos outside. Maps and documents covered one wall, connected by different colored strings in a web of conspiracy that would make a QAnon follower weep with envy. "It started with the environmental violations," Eliza explained, pulling documents from her portfolio. "But when I followed the money through those shell companies you identified, I found something strange. The cash flows don't match legitimate development costs." Money laundering, Gumbo suggested, pulling 2 beers from a cooler despite the early hour. Crisis drinking operated on its own schedule in Florida. Maybe. But there's more. She declined the beer with a shake of her head. Remember those wildlife trafficking rumors? I think they're true, but not in the way we thought. Gumbo raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. I think Rourke is smuggling endangered species out of Florida, not bringing them in. Native species with massive value on the international black market. Those construction sites. Perfect cover for capturing and moving product. Damn, Gumbo whistled. That would explain why he's so desperate to build on those specific parcels. They're not just real estate plays, they're hunting grounds. A sudden beeping from Eliza's laptop interrupted them. She flipped it open, frowned, then went pale. What is it? Gumbo asked, moving to look over her shoulder. Someone's accessing my files remotely. But that's impossible. I have military-grade encryption. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. They're in my email, my cloud storage, everything. Gumbo felt a cold weight in his stomach. When was the last time you checked your laptop for physical tampering? Understanding dawned on Eliza's face. The coffee shop yesterday. I left it unattended for maybe 2 minutes when I went to the bathroom. 2 minutes is an eternity for someone who knows what they're doing. Gumbo grabbed a screwdriver from a drawer. May I? She nodded, and he quickly removed the bottom panel of her laptop. Nestled beside the battery was a small black device no larger than a fingernail. Bug? Eliza asked. Worse. Hardware keylogger with remote transmission capability. They've been watching everything you type, everywhere you go online. He extracted the device with the screwdriver tip. Military-grade encryption is useless when they can see what you're typing as you enter your passwords. Eliza's reporter composure finally crumbled completely. Oh God. The sources I've contacted. The evidence I've stored. They know everything. Not everything, Gumbo corrected, dropping the device into his empty beer bottle. They know what you know. But not what Ellie found in those financial records yesterday, or what Devereaux told me before he disappeared into his swamp hidey hole. Devereaux is alive, Eliza gasped. Let's just say the reports of his death were greatly exaggerated, mostly by him. Gumbo tapped the wall of connected evidence. Rourke doesn't know we've already connected his operation to the wildlife black market in Southeast Asia, or that we have photos of nighttime construction in protected areas, or that the special cargo mentioned in those internal memos you received isn't just endangered animals, it's something else entirely. Eliza leaned forward. What? Gumbo fixed her with a serious stare. That's what I need you to tell me, Eliza. You've been holding something back since day one. I'm done playing 20 questions while people try to turn my home into a floating fireball. What's the rest of the story? She took a deep breath, shoulders slumping in defeat or relief. It was hard to tell which. It's not just about the animals or the development, she confessed. It's about what they found on that land. What they're really searching for. She pulled a final document from her portfolio. I think Rourke discovered something on that property. Something that makes the land worth killing for. Gumbo took the paper, a geological survey with sections highlighted in frantic yellow. Holy shit, he whispered as the implications became clear. Outside, old Scarback surfaced again, his ancient eyes watching the houseboat with reptilian patience. Some predators knew that the most effective hunting strategy was simply to wait for prey to make a fatal mistake. And in the Everglades, mistakes were always fatal. Chapter 16. Gumbo Malone was contemplating the peculiar trajectory of his life while watching a pelican attempt to swallow a fish approximately twice the size of its head. The bird's expression, insofar as pelicans had expressions, suggested profound regret mixed with stubborn determination. Gumbo found himself relating to this on a spiritual level. "You know," he said to no one in particular, "I used to have a 401k and dental insurance." "And now you have me," Ellie replied, not looking up from the financial records spread across his replacement houseboat's kitchenette table. Clearly an upgrade. The morning sun filtered through the salt-crusted windows, casting the interior in a golden haze that made even the suspicious mold in the corner look almost artistic. Outside, Cedar Key continued its daily business of being quaintly oblivious to the modern world, a Florida time capsule where people still said good morning to strangers and where the local pharmacy doubled as a bait shop. "Any luck with those documents?" Gumbo asked, watching as she meticulously arranged papers into piles that apparently followed some arcane organizational system. "If by luck you mean evidence of multiple financial crimes, then yes, it's been a very lucky morning." Ellie's fingers moved with the precision of someone who had spent decades hunting decimal points. Rourke's shell companies have shell companies. It's like Russian nesting dolls, except every doll is committing tax fraud. Gumbo was about to respond when his phone buzzed. The screen displayed unknown caller, which in his experience meant either a telemarketer, a client, or someone planning to make his life significantly more complicated. He was betting on option 3. "Malone," he answered, trying to sound like the type of private investigator who didn't have a half-eaten Pop-Tart stuck to his case notes. "I have information." The voice was male, nervous, and attempting a poor approximation of a whisper. "About Operation Sandcastle." Gumbo straightened, catching Ellie's eye and mouthing "Sandcastle" while pointing at the phone. She immediately began taking notes. "I'm listening," Gumbo said. "Not over the phone. Meet me at the abandoned lighthouse on Seahorse Key in 1 hour. Come alone." The caller paused, then added with theatrical emphasis, "I'm risking everything by talking to you." The line went dead before Gumbo could respond. "Well, that wasn't ominous at all," he muttered, pocketing his phone. "Mystery caller with cryptic meeting location?" Ellie asked, already gathering her things. "Apparently, I'm popular with the cloak and dagger crowd today." "You're not actually going alone, are you?" Gumbo grinned. "The day I start following instructions from mysterious phone calls is the day I return to corporate America. Get your hat. We're going lighthouse exploring." Seahorse Key's lighthouse stood on the highest point of the island, a white sentinel watching over the gulf with the weary vigilance of someone who'd seen too many shipwrecks to be optimistic about human navigation skills. Abandoned in the 1970s, it now served primarily as an elaborate Pelican perch and occasional canvas for drunk college students with spray paint and poor judgment. Gumbo and Ellie approached cautiously, having borrowed a small fishing boat from Jimbo, who had agreed to the loan after Gumbo promised to return both the boat and a 6-pack of that imported beer Jimbo liked, the one with the moose on the label that tasted like pine trees and regret. "Our mystery man is late," Ellie observed, checking her watch as they circled the base of the lighthouse. "Or early and watching us," Gumbo replied, scanning the surrounding scrub. Florida whistleblowers tend toward the paranoid, for good reason. As if summoned by his words, a figure emerged from behind a cluster of palmettos. The man was mid-50s, with the perpetually sunburned complexion of a career bureaucrat who suddenly discovered outdoor activities upon retirement. His polo shirt bore the faded logo of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and his khaki pants had more pockets than seemed structurally reasonable. "Leonard Griggs," the man said, extending a hand that trembled slightly. "Former Environmental Assessment Officer." "Former?" Gumbo inquired, shaking the offered hand. "I recently experienced what my department called a voluntary career transition," Griggs replied, with air quotes emphatic enough to strain a finger muscle. "Which is corporate speak for 'we found your conscience inconvenient.'" "And you are?" Griggs asked, turning to Ellie with the suspicious squint of someone who'd expected a solo meeting. Ellie Hightower, forensic accountant, and person who doesn't wait in boats. Griggs seemed to accept this with a resigned nod. Fine. But if I end up floating face down in the mangroves, he was right on my tombstone. He led them into the lighthouse, up a spiral staircase with treads worn smooth by generations of keepers' boots. The tower room offered a panoramic view of the Gulf stretching to the horizon, a vista of blue interrupted only by the occasional fishing boat and what appeared to be a floating hot tub containing what Gumbo sincerely hoped were tourists and not escaped mental patients. Griggs pulled a manila envelope from one of his many pockets and handed it to Gumbo with the reverence of someone passing along state secrets. Which, apparently, he was. These came across my desk 3 weeks ago, he explained as Gumbo opened the envelope. Internal memos about Operation Sandcastle. I was supposed to rubber stamp the environmental impact assessments. Inside were documents stamped confidential in red ink so aggressive it practically shouted from the page. Gumbo spread them on the dusty floor as Ellie knelt beside him, her eyes widening as she scanned the contents. They're building a private port, she said, pointing to architectural drawings. On protected wetlands. Look at these shipping manifests, Gumbo added, flipping to another page. Scheduled deliveries at 3 a.m. That's not when honest cargo arrives. That's because it's not honest cargo, Griggs said, his voice dropping to a whisper despite their isolation. The official plan is for a luxury resort. The port is classified as a marina amenity. For importing what? Ellie asked, already suspecting the answer. Initially, I thought drugs, Griggs replied, running a hand through thinning hair. Florida's traditional import. But then I saw these, he pointed to a coded manifest. That's shipping language for live cargo. Animals, Gumbo asked. Endangered species. Exotic ones. The kind that wealthy collectors pay 6 figures to own illegally. Griggs's face contorted with disgust. They're destroying protected habitat to build a port for smuggling endangered animals. Jesus, Ellie breathed. And Rourke's behind this. Rourke's the face, but the money's coming from overseas. Russian oligarchs, Middle Eastern oil princes, Chinese industrialists, they're all investors in Sandcastle Resort and Wildlife Experience. Gumbo rifled through more papers until he found what appeared to be a business plan. Wildlife Experience. They're planning to display some of the animals they import. Griggs nodded grimly. The legit ones, yes. It's the perfect cover for the black market specimens that'll disappear en route to wealthy private collectors. I've seen the construction specs. Hidden rooms with climate control systems far beyond what's needed for a hotel. Plus, holding facilities disguised as maintenance buildings. So that's why they needed Eliza's silence, Gumbo mused. She was getting too close to the truth. And why Devereaux went missing, Ellie added. He must have discovered something while surveying plant species. A sudden noise from below, the unmistakable creak of the lighthouse door, sent all 3 of them into frozen silence. Footsteps, heavy and purposeful, began ascending the spiral staircase. Were you followed? Gumbo hissed at Griggs, who had gone pale beneath his sunburn. I was careful, the former bureaucrat insisted, though his eyes darted toward the windows with the panicked calculation of someone assessing survivable fall distances. Ellie was already gathering the documents, stuffing them back into the envelope as the footsteps grew closer. Gumbo moved toward the staircase, hand reaching inside his jacket where he definitely did not have a weapon because he'd left it in the boat like an idiot. The footsteps stopped. A voice drifted up from just below the landing. You who? Lighthouse tour. $2 per person or free if you've got any of them breath mints. I got me a situation after lunch at the Crab Shack. The 3 exhaled simultaneously as a wizened face appeared at the top of the stairs. The man was ancient, leathery as a tortoise, and wearing a captain's hat that had seen at least 3 major wars, none of which it had apparently won. "Captain Zeke," Gumbo said, recognizing the local eccentric who ran unauthorized historical tours of island landmarks, typically while moderately to severely intoxicated. "Just the lighthouse tour today. Plus ghost stories if you tip well," Zeke replied, eyeing them suspiciously. "You folks ain't from the Historical Society, are you?" "'Cause I got permits." He patted his pockets fruitlessly. "Somewhere." "We were just leaving," Ellie said smoothly. "Ghost stories another time." As they edged past the disappointed tour guide, Griggs whispered urgently to Gumbo, "This is bigger than just animals. The money's being laundered through the resort development. We're talking hundreds of millions." "Stay somewhere safe," Gumbo instructed, taking the envelope. "We'll be in touch." Back in the boat, as Captain Zeke's voice faded behind them, and in 1869 the lighthouse keeper's daughter married a dolphin, or so he claimed after his 8th rum ration, Ellie turned to Gumbo with an expression halfway between excitement and terror. "We've got them," she said, tapping the envelope. "This is everything we need." "It's also everything that could get us killed," Gumbo replied, starting the boat engine. "But yes, we've got them." Above them, a Pelican soared on Gulf currents, free and oblivious to the human dramas below. Gumbo envied it briefly, then set course for Cedar Key, where the next move in this dangerous game awaited. Chapter 17. The alligator had a name tag that read Bartholomew in Comic Sans, which told Gumbo everything he needed to know about this day's trajectory. "He prefers Barty," said Jimbo, stroking the 6-foot reptile's snout with the casual indifference of someone petting a mildly disagreeable house cat. "He's sensitive about formalities." Gumbo stood in the middle of Jimbo's Gator Wrestling Academy and Emotional Support Reptile Emporium, a ramshackle collection of buildings that looked like they'd been assembled by a tornado with architectural aspirations. The main training arena, a concrete pit surrounded by bleachers that had definitely never passed a safety inspection, smelled of swamp water and the particular brand of desperation unique to Florida tourist traps. "Jimbo," Gumbo said carefully, maintaining what he hoped was a respectful distance from Barty's impressive dental array, "when I asked if you had a safe house, I was thinking something more conventional. Less teeth." "Conventional is for people who don't have hitmen after them," Jimbo replied, tossing Barty a chicken leg that disappeared with a snap that echoed like a bear trap slamming shut. "Nobody looks for fugitives at a gator wrestling school. It's the perfect cover." Eliza Mercer, investigative reporter and current target of Cedar Key's most corrupt power players, looked around with the expression of someone mentally updating their resume to include "survived Florida." Her normally immaculate bob was wilting in the humidity, and her sensible pantsuit had acquired mysterious stains within minutes of arrival. "It's certainly unique," she offered, wincing as Barty performed what appeared to be a death roll with his chicken leg. "Are there actual living quarters?" "Sure thing." Jimbo beamed, leading them toward a structure that might charitably be described as a cabin, if cabins were typically built by blindfolded children using discarded shipping pallets. Used to be the gift shop before the health department shut it down over that minor salmonella outbreak. The Gator Bites snack bar was apparently too literal. The interior was surprisingly clean, if eccentrically furnished. A threadbare couch faced a television that predated flat screens. The kitchenette contained a mini fridge covered in alligator-shaped magnets and a microwave with a sign reading, "No fish, Barty gets jealous." A narrow hallway led to what Gumbo hoped were bedrooms and not reptile hibernation chambers. "Bathrooms out back," Jimbo said, gesturing vaguely toward a door. "Be sure to check the toilet for snakes before sitting. They're harmless mostly, but startling when you're mid-business." "Mostly harmless," Eliza repeated flatly. "The venomous ones prefer the shower drain," Jimbo clarified helpfully. Gumbo dropped their hastily packed bags on the floor. "It's perfect, Jimbo." No one would look for us here. That's because no one with functioning survival instincts would voluntarily stay here, Eliza muttered, but softened when she caught Gumbo's look. But I appreciate it. Truly. After Jimbo left, promising to return with supplies and Barty's siblings, who were apparently also in training, Eliza collapsed onto the couch, which exhaled a cloud of dust that might have contained DNA samples from the Pleistocene era. From award-winning journalist to fugitive hiding in Gator Alcatraz, she said, staring at the ceiling. My Columbia journalism professors would be so proud. Gumbo opened the mini-fridge, finding it stocked with beer, hot dogs, and in labeled jars of what he fervently hoped was not gator-based condiments. At least we have beer. The cornerstone of all good witness protection programs, Eliza said dryly, accepting the bottle he offered. So what's the plan? Hide out with Barty until Rourke and his minions forget I exist. We need somewhere to regroup, Gumbo said, lowering himself into a recliner that groaned like it was experiencing existential pain. Ellie's working the financial angle remotely. If we can connect Rourke's shell companies to the mayor's charity, we've got enough for Linda to take to the state attorney. And if we can't, then we've got bigger problems than Barty's table manners. Eliza sat forward suddenly, pulling a small, leather-bound journal from her bag. I haven't been entirely forthcoming, Gumbo. I'm shocked, Gumbo replied without inflection. A reporter withholding information. Next, you'll tell me Florida has humidity. She ignored his sarcasm. I've been tracking Operation Sandcastle for over a year. It started as a simple story about environmental violations, the usual Florida development drama. But it's bigger than that. She opened the journal, revealing pages of meticulous notes, photographs, and what appeared to be coding systems. Much bigger. Gumbo took the journal, flipping through pages that documented an intricate web of corruption extending far beyond Cedar Key's boundaries. Land deals, environmental permits mysteriously approved, wildlife relocation projects that looked suspiciously like extinctions of convenience. Jesus, he breathed. This goes all the way to Tallahassee. Higher, Eliza corrected. Federal officials are involved. That's why they're so desperate to shut me up. This isn't just about building condos on turtle nesting grounds. It's about... A loud thump against the outer wall interrupted her, followed by scratching sounds that suggested something large, scaly, and potentially named Bartholomew wanted entry. International wildlife trafficking, she finished, lowering her voice. Endangered species, exotic animals, artifacts from protected sites. The resort is just a cover for a smuggling operation. Gumbo set the journal down carefully. That explains the disappearing environmental inspector, and why Trevor Blackwood suddenly became your most vocal critic. Trevor isn't what he seems, Eliza said, twisting her beer bottle anxiously. I think he's playing both sides. That would explain the expensive watch, Gumbo mused. Hard to maintain Rolex upkeep on a local reporter's salary. Outside, multiple thumps suggested Barty had recruited friends for whatever reptilian siege was underway. Jimbo's voice drifted through the walls. Now, Barty, we talked about personal boundaries. Ms. Mercer is not food. Eliza winced. Comforting. Why are you telling me this now? Gumbo asked, tapping the journal. She met his eyes steadily. Because I need you to understand what we're up against. These people aren't just crooked developers and corrupt officials. They're dangerous. The kind of people who make problems disappear permanently. Like your father? Eliza's expression froze, then crumpled slightly before reforming into careful neutrality. How did you know? I'm a detective, remember? Not just a pretty face with alligator-avoiding skills. Gumbo leaned forward. Martin Mercer, environmental activist, found drowned in suspicious circumstances 8 years ago. The case was closed quickly. Too quickly. He was investigating A different Rourke development in the Everglades, Eliza said quietly. Officially, he got drunk and fell off his boat. But my father didn't drink, and he was a former Navy SEAL. He didn't fall off boats. And now you're following his footsteps. Someone has to finish what he started. Before Gumbo could respond, the door burst open, and Trevor Blackwood stumbled in, blood trickling from a cut above his eye, his expensive suit torn and muddied. Behind him, Jimbo brandished a pool skimmer like a spear. "Found this one sneaking around the perimeter," Jimbo announced. "Barty wanted to make him into journalist Tartar, but I figured that should be your call." Trevor raised his hands shakily. "I can explain." "This should be good," Eliza said, arms crossed tightly over her chest. "Let me guess. You got lost on your way to picking up your Pulitzer for most sycophantic coverage of criminal developers." "I'm not what you think," Trevor panted. Looking nervously at the pool skimmer, Jimbo continued to point at his throat. "I've been playing both sides." "Called it," Gumbo muttered. "Rourke's people approached me months ago," Trevor continued, gingerly touching his bleeding forehead. "Offered me money to discredit you. I took it because I needed an in. To find out what they were really doing." "And what would that be?" Eliza asked, skepticism etched in every line of her face. "They're planning to eliminate you," Trevor said bluntly. "Not just discredit, eliminate. Permanently. I overheard Rourke and the mayor's chief of staff. They're bringing in someone from Miami, a professional. It's scheduled for tomorrow night." Gumbo studied Trevor's face, looking for tells. The man was terrified, certainly, but whether from genuine concern or fear of being caught in a lie was harder to determine. "Why come to us?" Gumbo asked. "If you're playing double agent, this blows your cover." Trevor swallowed hard. "Because I've found something else. Something they don't know I know." He reached slowly into his jacket, freezing when Jimbo jabbed him with the pool skimmer. "Easy. It's just a flash drive." Gumbo nodded at Jimbo, who reluctantly lowered his weapon. Trevor produced a small drive from an inner pocket. "This contains shipping manifests," Trevor explained. "Not for building materials, for animals. Endangered species being smuggled out through the development site. Rarest orchids in the world. Animals thought to be extinct. Even artifacts from indigenous burial grounds. It's all here." Eliza reached for the drive, her reporter's instincts overriding caution. "If this is true." "It gets worse," Trevor said. "They've got someone inside the police department. And the state attorney's office. They know about your evidence, your witnesses, everything." "How convenient," Gumbo said coolly. "You show up just when we're most vulnerable, with exactly the information we need, claiming to be a secret ally." Trevor looked desperate. "Test me. Ask me anything that only someone on the inside would know." Before Gumbo could respond, his phone vibrated. A text from Ellie. "Sterling's financial records show monthly payments to Blackwood Media LLC, $10,000 each. Started same month, Trevor began writing anti-Eliza pieces." Gumbo showed the screen to Eliza, whose expression hardened. "Care to explain that, Trevor?" she asked icily. "That's my cover." Trevor insisted, panic rising in his voice. "I had to make it look real. Look, you don't have to trust me. Just let me stay. They're looking for me too now. I know too much." Outside, Barty emitted a sound somewhere between a hiss and a growl, as if offering to solve their Trevor problem permanently. Gumbo exchanged a long look with Eliza. Having Trevor here was dangerous, either because he was a spy or because he was a genuine whistleblower with a target on his back. Either way, it complicated an already messy situation. "One night," Gumbo decided finally. "You stay one night. But if anything, and I mean anything, seems off, Barty gets to practice his death roll with a Trevor-sized chew toy." "Barty would like that," Jimbo agreed cheerfully. He's been working on his technique. Trevor collapsed into a chair, relief and terror warring on his face. Thank you. You won't regret it. I already do, Gumbo muttered, taking the flash drive from Eliza's hand. But in Florida, sometimes you need a snake to catch a snake. He glanced out the window at Barty, who seemed to be eyeing Trevor with professional interest. Or in this case, an alligator. Outside, the sun began to set over the marshes, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for the safe house like grasping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, a speedboat roared to life, its engine echoing across the water like a warning. Chapter 18. The morning heat slapped Gumbo Malone's face like a disgruntled pelican with boundary issues. He stood on his replacement houseboat's deck, nursing a mug of coffee that could strip paint off a submarine, watching the sun inflict another day of tropical punishment on Cedar Key. Caffeine won't save you from what's coming, called old Scarback from the murky water. The massive alligator floated nearby, eyeing Gumbo with ancient reptilian wisdom. When did you learn to talk? Gumbo asked, not entirely surprised. After 2 weeks in Cedar Key, talking alligators ranked somewhere between mildly unusual and Tuesday. I didn't. You're hallucinating from sleep deprivation, old Scarback replied, before submerging with suspicious grace. Gumbo blinked. Fair enough. The burner phone Ellie had insisted they use buzzed against the railing. Trevor Blackwood had agreed to meet, claiming he had information that would blow this sandcastle thing wide open. Gumbo remained skeptical. Trevor's journalistic ethics were about as robust as a sandcastle at high tide. 30 minutes later, Gumbo arrived at Jimbo's Gator Wrestling Academy, where every day is a death roll of the dice, currently operating as their improvised safe house. The off-season facility smelled of swamp water, disinfectant, and the distinctive musk of reptilian existential dread. Eliza Mercer paced the concrete floor, her investigative reporter's instincts clearly in overdrive. She wore cargo pants with enough pockets to smuggle the entire Florida Keys, and a t-shirt that read, "I'm not arguing, I'm explaining why I'm right." He's late, she snapped, checking her watch for the 17th time in 2 minutes. Journalists and punctuality go together like alligators and ballet, Gumbo replied, settling into a folding chair that protested his weight with alarming honesty. I resent that accurate stereotype, Eliza said, tucking a strand of unruly hair behind her ear. Besides, I'm only late when facts are being stubborn. The corrugated metal door screeched open, flooding the dim interior with blinding Florida sunshine and revealing Trevor Blackwood's silhouette. He stepped inside, looking like he'd spent the night in a blender. Designer clothes rumpled, left eye swollen, dried blood crusting his nostrils. Jesus Christ on a jet ski, Eliza breathed. Who used your face as a speed bag? Trevor attempted a rakish smile that transformed into a wince. You should see the other guy's knuckles. Probably needs ice. He collapsed into a chair. Rourke's people don't appreciate journalistic curiosity. You mean journalistic sellouts having second thoughts? Eliza's tone could have flash-frozen the Everglades. Fair, Trevor admitted, touching his split lip gingerly. I deserve that. But listen, they're planning to silence you permanently, Eliza. Not metaphorically. The feeding you to something with too many teeth, kind of permanently. Tell us something we don't know, Gumbo said, sliding a bottle of water across the table. Preferably something worth the risk of meeting here. Trevor leaned forward, lowering his voice despite the nearest neighbor being a half-mile of swamp away. Operation Sandcastle isn't just about luxury resorts on protected land. That's just the pretty wrapping paper on a gift box full of pythons. Speak literally, Eliza demanded. My metaphor translator is offline for maintenance. Fine. The development is cover for 3 operations: money laundering for international clients with more cash than morals, smuggling endangered species for collectors with more money than souls, and, he paused dramatically, wincing as the gesture pulled at his bruised ribs, illegally excavating indigenous artifacts from protected sites. Gumbo's eyebrows rose. That's why they're so desperate to control those specific coastal parcels. Bingo. The archaeological value alone is in the millions. Black market collectors pay obscene amounts for authentic artifacts. And if you control the land, you control what gets found, or doesn't. Eliza's face hardened. Prove it. Trevor reached into his jacket, producing a flash drive. Everything I could download before security caught me in Rourke's office. Building plans showing secret access points to the sites, shell company structures, shipping manifests with coded entries, emails that would make a federal prosecutor weep with joy. Gumbo took the drive, examining it skeptically. Why the change of heart, Trevor? Last I checked, you were writing puff pieces about how Rourke's developments would bring jobs to orphan puppies or something. They killed Marla, Trevor said, his voice cracking slightly. My source at the Environmental Agency. She fed me information for years. They made it look like an accident, boat capsize, typical Florida tragedy. He swallowed hard. We were more than professional contacts. I'm sorry, Gumbo said quietly. Me too, Eliza added, her animosity momentarily subdued. But this still doesn't explain why you published that hit piece on me last week. Self-preservation. I needed them to trust me while I gathered evidence. Trevor's battered face contorted into something approaching sincerity. I'm not a good man, Eliza, but I'm not completely soulless. There are lines even I won't cross for a byline. The three sat in silence, broken only by the distant bellowing of Jimbo's prize-breeding gator, Terminator 2, Judgment Swamp. I need to call Ellie, Gumbo said finally. She'll want to see this financial data. The widow who makes coffee that could resurrect the dead. Trevor asked, somehow managing to smirk despite his facial injuries. Word gets around Cedar Key faster than mosquitoes at sunset. Focus, gossip girl, Eliza snapped. Where's your car? We should move locations once we've copied this data. Behind Jimbo's tiki bar, Trevor said. The one decorated with those deeply unsettling coconut monkey heads. As Eliza downloaded the data onto her heavily encrypted laptop, Gumbo stepped outside to call Ellie. The midday sun transformed the landscape into a shimmering mirage, heat radiating from concrete like Florida's own special brand of malice. Got something? Ellie answered on the first ring, her voice sending an involuntary shiver down Gumbo's spine that had nothing to do with the case. Maybe everything. Trevor Blackwood flipped. Brought us a flash drive that could put Rourke away until the next ice age. Don't trust him, Ellie said immediately. Trevor's moral compass points to whoever's signing his checks. He got beaten up, pretty convincingly. In this state, you can rent a convincing beating for $50 and a six-pack. Gumbo chuckled. Fair point. We're copying the data, then relocating. I'll drop it off at your... A crash from inside the Gator Academy interrupted his thoughts. Gumbo sprinted back, bursting through the door to find Eliza alone, cursing with creativity that would make a naval dictionary blush. He's gone, she spat. Grabbed my laptop and bolted while I was in the bathroom. Left the flash drive, but... It's probably empty, Gumbo finished, already checking the back exit. Sure enough, tire tracks in the gravel showed a hasty departure. I copied most of the data to my phone before he grabbed the laptop, Eliza said, holding up her device triumphantly. Not my first rodeo with backstabbing journalists. Gumbo inserted the flash drive into his own laptop. Instead of incriminating evidence, a single text file opened. Sorry about this. Nothing personal. Tell Eliza her hard-hitting journalistic style was always an inspiration. P.S. Check the bathroom ceiling. Now would be good. Gumbo's head snapped up. Out. Now. They cleared the building seconds before a muffled thump preceded the bathroom ceiling collapsing in a shower of plaster dust and electronic components. Signal activated incendiary device, Eliza said professionally, as if commenting on an interesting cloud formation. Amateur work, but effective enough. You recognize bombs by sound? Gumbo asked, incredulous. I covered the Middle East for 3 years. You develop an ear. She dusted plaster from her cargo pants. The good news, Trevor's double-cross means we're onto something big. The better news, his employers now think we're barbecue. Gumbo stared at the smoldering hole in Jimbo's roof. How exactly is that good news? Dead people don't get followed, Eliza explained with unsettling cheer. We now have operational freedom. Plus, she wiggled her phone, we still have the first 70% of the data. We need to go, Gumbo said, hearing sirens in the distance. Jimbo's not going to be thrilled about the remodeling. At least the alligators are safe, Eliza noted, gesturing to the separate enclosure where 3 reptiles watched the proceedings with what appeared to be mild disappointment at the lack of human casualties. As they sped away in Gumbo's jeep, the skies opened in a typically theatrical Florida downpour, as if the weather itself was trying to destroy evidence. Through the windshield wiper's hypnotic rhythm, Gumbo could have sworn he saw old Scarback watching from a roadside ditch, shaking his massive head in what might have been reptilian judgment. For the record, Gumbo said as they fishtailed onto the main road, this is why I left corporate America. Much less explosions in quarterly planning meetings. Speak for yourself, Eliza replied, already scrolling through the stolen data. You clearly never attended budget negotiations at my newspaper. Chapter 19. The morning sun clawed its way over Cedar Key with all the subtlety of a drunk tourist trying to order authentic Cuban food in Minnesota. Gumbo awoke to the rhythmic thumping of someone attempting to beat his houseboat door into submission. Each knock carried the distinct percussion of law enforcement, too deliberate for a friend, too restrained for a debt collector. Coming? He muttered, wrestling himself into pants that smelled faintly of last night's crab bisque, and less faintly of regret. He opened the door to find Detective Linda Hastings wearing an expression that suggested she just discovered her coffee had been replaced with swamp water. They've arrested Eliza, she announced without preamble. Gumbo blinked, his brain still buffering. Arrested? On what charges? Tampering with evidence, obstruction of justice, and my personal favorite, criminal conspiracy to impersonate a respectable journalist. Is that even a real charge? It is when your daddy plays golf with the district attorney. Linda pushed past him into the living area, where she immediately began pacing like a panther with an espresso habit. Sterling pulled strings. They're holding her at the county lockup, and the paperwork is conveniently processing at glacial speed. Gumbo's phone buzzed with an incoming text. Ellie, they just raided my cafe. Looking for Devereaux's financial records. I'm at the bait shop. Don't call, they took my real phone. This is a burner from Jimbo. Well, that complicates things, Gumbo muttered, showing Linda the text. Coordinated moves, Linda observed, her expression darkening. Someone's feeling threatened. Or impatient. Gumbo grabbed a relatively clean shirt from a precarious stack on his kitchen counter. The groundbreaking ceremony for Sandcastle Resort is in 3 days. They need to tie up loose ends. By which you mean us. We're the loosest of ends, Gumbo agreed, shoving his feet into boat shoes. We need to get Eliza out. With what? Your dazzling smile, an extensive collection of Florida-themed Hawaiian shirts? I was thinking more along the lines of your badge and my boyish charm. Linda's laugh was sharp enough to fillet a grouper. My badge is about as useful as a snowplow in the Everglades right now. I've been officially warned to maintain appropriate distance from the Mercer case, pending internal review. They're isolating us, Gumbo said, stuffing his laptop and a handful of documents into a waterproof bag. Divide and conquer. Classic strategy. Almost admirable if it wasn't so predicta. Linda's phone blared with an incoming call. She checked the screen, eyebrows rising. It's Trevor Blackwood. She put the call on speaker. Detective? It's Trevor. His voice sounded muffled, as if he was speaking from inside a closet. Or a coffin. They've frozen my accounts and locked me out of the newspaper system. Sterling's people are saying I fabricated stories about environmental violations. Where are you now? The Sandpiper Motel. Room 14. But I don't think. A crash interrupted him. Someone's here. They found me. I need to. The call abruptly ended. The Sandpiper's 10 minutes away, Gumbo said, already moving toward the door. 8 if I drive, Linda corrected, jingling her keys. They reached the Sandpiper Motel, a fading relic of 1960s roadside Americana where the sand was authentic, but the piper had long since overdosed on cheap rum and despair, in 7 minutes and 13 seconds. Linda's driving style could best be described as lawsuit pending. Room 14's door hung ajar, its cheap laminate splintered around the lock. Inside, the room looked like it had hosted a convention of tornadoes, appended furniture, shattered lamp, mattress askew. A laptop lay open on the floor, its screen cracked but still displaying Trevor's half-written article about Operation Sandcastle. No Trevor. Back door's open, Linda observed, already moving through the bathroom toward the rear exit. Outside, tire tracks cut deep grooves into the sandy parking lot. A maintenance worker leaned on his push broom, observing them with the disinterested gaze of someone who had witnessed enough Florida drama to fill several true crime podcasts. Black SUV, he offered without prompting. Took off like Hurricane Andrew was chasing him. Guy in the back was yelling something fierce. Which way? Gumbo asked. The man pointed toward the mangrove swamps that bordered the property. Coastal Road. Headed north, toward the old cannery. Linda's phone buzzed. Unknown number. Hastings. Detective. The voice oozed artificial pleasantness, like a theme park mascot with homicidal tendencies. Samuel Rourke here. I understand you've been looking into our little development project. Mr. Rourke. What a surprise. I was just thinking about you. Specifically, about the interesting coincidence of journalists being arrested while investigating your business practices. Rourke's chuckle had all the warmth of an alligator's smile. Unfortunate timing, I'm sure. But that's not why I'm calling. I'd like to extend an invitation to you and Mr. Malone. A private tour of the Sandcastle Resort site this afternoon. I think you'll find it illuminating. That's very hospitable of you, Linda replied, her tone suggesting she found it about as hospitable as an invitation to a cannibal's dinner party. Let's call it professional courtesy. 3 o'clock. Ask for me at the main gate. The line went dead. Trap? Gumbo asked. Trap, Linda confirmed. But also an opportunity. We need backup. Ellie's compromised. Trevor's missing. Department's frozen me out. Linda drummed her fingers against her thigh, a habit from her days of trying to quit smoking. We need someone off the grid. Someone Sterling wouldn't connect to us. A slow smile spread across Gumbo's face. I might know just the woman. Devereux's swamp cabin looked like it had been decorated by a botanist with a mortgage on a tropical greenhouse. Every available surface hosted either potted specimens or scientific journals, stacked in precarious towers that defied both gravity and organizational logic. You want me to what now? Cecilia Devereux regarded them over the rim of a mug that proclaimed world's okayest cryptobotanist. Unlike her brother, whose academic manner suggested libraries and lecture halls, Cecilia had the weathered look of someone who'd done fieldwork in places where field mice were the least of one's concerns. Cause a distraction, Gumbo repeated. Something big enough to draw security away from the holding area where they're keeping Eliza. while simultaneously helping us access the construction site computer systems, Linda added. Cecilia took a long sip of her tea, which smelled strongly of something that probably shouldn't be legal to brew. You realize I'm a botanist specializing in extinct plant species, not a one-woman demolition crew. Your brother mentioned you once liberated an entire research station in the Amazon from corporate interlopers, Gumbo noted. A smile flickered briefly across Cecilia's face. That was different. They were trying to patent rainforest plant DNA. Besides, nobody ever proved those capybaras were trained to disable the security system. We're not asking for trained rodents, Linda said. Just expertise in creating botanical distractions. And maybe access to your collection of rare orchid cultivation equipment, Gumbo added. Particularly the parts that might, hypothetically, be repurposed to bypass digital security. Cecilia set down her mug, absently stroking a nearby fern that seemed to lean into her touch like a pet. You know why my brother disappeared, don't you? Gumbo and Linda exchanged glances. We have theories, Linda admitted. Elias found something in those wetlands. Something beyond rare orchids. Cecilia stood, moving to a moss-covered terrarium, where what appeared to be miniature violet flowers pulsed with an internal rhythm that was distinctly unplant-like. Something that would make Operation Sandcastle worth killing for. What exactly did he find? Gumbo asked. Cecilia's eyes glinted with the particular madness of someone who'd glimpsed knowledge others weren't prepared to understand. A botanical impossibility. A species that shouldn't exist, a hybrid between extinct Pleistocene flora and modern variants. Living fossils, essentially. And that's worth murdering for? Linda sounded skeptical. It is when the plants contain compounds that preliminary tests suggest could revolutionize cancer treatment. Cecilia tapped the terrarium glass. Big Pharma would pay billions for exclusive rights. Rourke and Sterling knew that after my brother published his findings, the land would be declared a protected ecological treasure. So they made your brother disappear before he could go public, Gumbo concluded. Elias is smarter than they gave him credit for, Cecilia said with fierce pride. He stored specimens and data with trusted colleagues around the world. Insurance. Which is why they're so desperate to push through the development before anyone can stop them, Linda mused. Cecilia moved to a locked cabinet, removing a key from around her neck. I've been waiting for the right moment to deploy some countermeasures. I suppose helping break a journalist out of jail while simultaneously crashing a criminal real estate operation qualifies. The cabinet contained an array of equipment that looked less botanical research and more eco-terrorist starter kit. Nothing lethal, Cecilia assured them, noting their expressions. Just creative applications of natural principles. My personal favorite, she held up what appeared to be a modified plant mister, releases a pheromone cocktail that makes every fire ant within half a mile absolutely convinced they're under attack. That'll do nicely, Gumbo said, watching Cecilia efficiently pack equipment into a weatherproof backpack. One condition, Cecilia said, pausing. When this is over, you help me find my brother. He's alive. I know it. Deal? Linda said without hesitation. Outside, thunder rumbled across the swamp. Nature's applause for a plan just crazy enough to work in Florida, where madness was simply the regional dialect of ambition. Chapter 20. The Everglades stretched before them like God's own half-finished watercolor, a smudged palette of greens and browns beneath a sky so aggressively blue it felt like a personal affront to anyone who'd ever experienced seasonal depression. Gumbo Malone slouched against a cypress knee, his shirt plastered to his skin with the unique combination of sweat, bug spray, and regret that characterized most Florida adventures. You know, he said, watching a dragonfly perform aerial acrobatics worthy of a military recruitment video. When I left corporate America, Being hunted through a swamp by professional trackers wasn't on my vision board. Beside him, Eliza Mercer adjusted her makeshift mosquito net fashioned from what had once been Devereux's window screens. Her normally immaculate reporter's notebook now resembled something salvaged from the Titanic. "Consider it material for your memoir," she replied, somehow managing to sound chipper despite circumstances that would have broken lesser journalists. Former marketing executive finds meaning in mud, a Florida redemption story. I'm thinking more like local man found partially digested in alligator. Darwin Awards Committee expresses interest. The abandoned cabin they'd commandeered from Devereux's surprisingly extensive real estate portfolio, for a man who claimed to live simply with nature, had all the amenities of a medieval prison, minus the charm. Its walls leaned at angles that defied both architecture and physics. The roof had developed what Gumbo optimistically called natural skylights, after the previous night's thunderstorm introduced them to the concept of indoor rain. "Any word from Ellie?" Eliza asked, swatting at something with too many legs that had taken a romantic interest in her ear. Gumbo checked his satellite phone. Their only tenuous connection to civilization since cell service in this part of the Everglades was as reliable as a politician's campaign promises. "Nothing since her warning about the phone taps," he replied. "But she's analyzing those financial documents we found at Rourke's office. If anyone can follow the money trail, it's a former corporate accountant with a vendetta and unlimited access to fair trade espresso beans." From somewhere in the distance came a sound that might have been a bird call if birds had recently discovered heavy metal. Gumbo and Eliza froze, exchanging glances that communicated an entire conversation without words. Was that a human? Possibly, but it could also be one of those invasive pythons trying to digest a lawn flamingo. Should we be concerned? We're hiding in a decomposing shack while being hunted by people who probably list manhunting on their LinkedIn profiles, so, yes. "Trackers," Gumbo whispered, reaching for the binoculars that hung around his neck like an especially unflattering piece of statement jewelry. "Rourke isn't messing around anymore." Through the lenses he spotted them, 3 figures moving with the practiced efficiency of people who charged exorbitant hourly rates to find things that didn't want to be found. They wore camouflage that probably cost more than Gumbo's monthly boat payment, and carried equipment that wouldn't look out of place in a military operation or a particularly hardcore bird-watching expedition. "Is that?" Eliza squinted through a gap in the cabin's warped walls. "Is that guy wearing night vision goggles?" "It's 11 in the morning." "Florida fashion," Gumbo muttered. "Always 2 seasons and 1 catastrophe ahead." The lead tracker paused, kneeling to examine something on the ground with the intensity of someone who'd once gotten into a fistfight over misidentified animal droppings. Even from this distance, Gumbo could make out his features, a face weathered into a topographical map of past hunts, topped with a shock of white hair cut so severely it could have been done with gardening shears during an earthquake. "Dietrich Kovac," Gumbo breathed. "Former Special Forces turned wilderness consultant." "You know him?" Eliza hissed. "Not personally, but his reputation has its own area code. They say he once tracked a man through downtown Miami during spring break using only discarded receipt fragments and the lingering scent of sunscreen. That seems statistically implausible. So does finding a decent cup of coffee in Cedar Key, but Ellie managed it." Kovac raised a hand, bringing his team to a halt with military precision. He tilted his head like a predator sensing prey, before pointing directly toward Devereux's cabin. "Time to implement escape plan Flamingo," Gumbo said, gathering their meager supplies with frantic efficiency. "We have escape plans named after Florida kitsch?" Eliza asked, shoving her notebook into a waterproof bag. "It helps me remember them," Gumbo admitted. "Plan Flamingo is the one where we—" A thunderous splash from the nearby waterway interrupted him, a sound like someone had dropped a Volkswagen into soup. It was followed by an indignant reptilian bellow that reverberated through the cypress trees, sending a flock of startled ibises into flight. "Old Scarback," Gumbo whispered, something like religious awe creeping into his voice. Right on cue. Through gaps in the cypress, they glimpsed the massive alligator, 16 feet of prehistoric attitude and dental irregularities, executing what could only be described as the reptilian equivalent of a cannonball into the channel directly between Kovach's team and the cabin. The resulting chaos involved a spectacular amount of splashing, several creative multilingual profanities, and one of the trackers executing a vertical leap that Olympic high jumpers would study with envy. Did you somehow schedule an alligator?" Eliza asked, her reporter's skepticism battling with the evidence before her eyes. "Let's just say old Scarback and I have an understanding," Gumbo replied cryptically, ushering her toward the cabin's rear exit, a generous term for what was essentially a wall that had given up on life and collapsed into the swamp. "He appreciates the occasional offering of gas station jerky, and I appreciate his flair for dramatic timing." They slipped out, hunched low, as the prehistoric distraction continued his performance, a splashing tantrum worthy of a toddler denied ice cream, but performed by a creature capable of using a full-grown deer as a breath mint. The mangrove tunnel behind the cabin swallowed them like a living esophagus, its twisted roots forming a precarious pathway above the dark water. Eliza moved with surprising agility for someone whose outdoor experience had previously been limited to rooftop cocktail parties and the occasional farmer's market. "The airstrip is about a mile southeast," Gumbo whispered. "If we time it right, we can observe tonight's delivery without being observed ourselves. Assuming Kovach doesn't." "Shish." Gumbo froze, raising a hand. Ahead, the mangrove tunnel opened onto a clearing where ground cover had been trampled into a rough approximation of a path. Fresh boot prints, not Kovach's team, different tread pattern, headed toward the same destination they were targeting. "More players in the game," Gumbo muttered. "This is turning into a convention of Florida's most ethically flexible entrepreneurs." They followed the prints, moving with the cautious determination of people who had run out of better options several bad decisions ago. The humidity wrapped around them like a clingy X, refusing to release its grip even as the afternoon sun began its reluctant descent toward the horizon. The airstrip, when they finally reached it, was less Top Gun and more top-hidden criminal enterprise, a cleared stretch of hard-packed sand just long enough to accommodate small aircraft with flexible interpretations of aviation regulations. Hidden surveillance equipment nestled in the surrounding vegetation, with all the subtlety of Christmas lights in July. "Quite the operation," Eliza whispered, as they settled into a natural blind formed by fallen palmetto fronds and strategic thinking. "For a supposed real estate developer, Rourke has interesting diversification strategies." Florida real estate and criminal enterprise have a long, proud history of collaboration, Gumbo replied, setting up his camera with its telephoto lens, an investment that had initially seemed excessive until moments precisely like this one. The sun performed its nightly surrender to darkness, painting the sky in colors that would look garish on a souvenir t-shirt. Stars emerged overhead, each one a witness to whatever illicit activities were about to unfold on this hidden runway carved from Florida's most determined wilderness. "Look," Eliza nudged him, pointing to the tree line where shadows moved with purpose. Men in what could charitably be described as stealth athleisure emerged, setting up portable runway lights with practiced efficiency. The distant drone of an approaching aircraft vibrated through the ground beneath them like the heartbeat of something best left undisturbed. "Right on schedule," Gumbo murmured, adjusting his camera. "Rourke's operation runs with unnerving precision for something so blatantly illegal. Being good at crime isn't exactly a moral victory." "No, but it's a logistical one. Look alive, here comes our evidence." The small plane materialized from the darkness like a ghost gaining corporeal form, its engines hushed to an apologetic murmur as it descended toward the illuminated strip. It touched down with the delicacy of someone trying not to wake a sleeping alligator, rolling to a stop precisely where the welcoming committee waited. Through his lens, Gumbo captured the unloading process, crates transferred with the reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts or exceptionally dangerous explosives. When one container tilted, emitting sounds that no inanimate object should make, his suspicions were confirmed. "Exotic animals," he whispered, the camera's shutter clicking rhythmically. "They're bringing in endangered species." Eliza's notebook appeared as if by magic, her pen scratching frantically in the dim light. From the size and shape of those crates, reptiles, possibly birds, maybe even. The unmistakable scent of expensive cologne carried on the breeze, a fragrance so unnecessary in the Everglades it could only be worn by someone with supreme confidence or profound ecological tone deafness. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, his linen suit somehow pristine despite the environment's best efforts to democratize dishevelment. "Rourke himself," Gumbo breathed, zooming in. This just became a front-page story with a side of federal indictments. As they watched, Rourke inspected the cargo, occasionally pausing to speak into a phone with the impatient gestures of a man accustomed to immediate compliance. The camera captured it all: the exchange of documents, the careful handling of live cargo, the unmistakable passing of cash-filled envelopes. And then, disaster. An exotic bird, sensing freedom with the optimism of creatures unacquainted with Florida's food chain, escaped its partially opened crate. Its brilliant plumage flashed through the night as it fled directly toward their hiding spot, screeching what was probably bird for "Follow me to the spies." "Time to go," Gumbo stated, abandoning subtlety as the first shouts of alarm rose from the airstrip. "Like now-ish." They crashed through the underbrush with all the grace of drunk tourists fleeing a hurricane warning, the sounds of pursuit rising behind them. Somewhere nearby, a splash suggested old Scarback was enjoying the evening's entertainment. "Ellie's never going to believe this," Gumbo panted as they ran. "Actually, scratch that. After dating me for 3 weeks, there's probably nothing she wouldn't believe anymore." Eliza, clutching her precious notebook, managed a breathless laugh. "If we survive, I'm including a special acknowledgement to that alligator in my exposé. He'd appreciate that. He's got an ego bigger than the Everglades and twice as ancient." Behind them, the night erupted with the sounds of Florida's most peculiar cat-and-mouse game: professional trackers, criminal smugglers, and one particularly theatrical alligator, all converging in a symphony of splashes, curses, and occasional reptilian victory roars. Just another evening in paradise, with deadlines looming as surely as the jail terms that would follow if they didn't make it out alive. Chapter 21. Florida's Everglades at midnight resembled the primordial soup from which life first crawled: hot, murky, and filled with things that would happily devour you without the courtesy of an introduction. The moon hung low and bloated, casting just enough light to transform the landscape into a monochromatic nightmare of twisted shadows and reflective water. Gumbo Malone crouched behind a cluster of sawgrass, sweat trickling down his back despite the relative cool of the evening. Mosquitoes had discovered him approximately 8 seconds after he'd taken position, and were now conducting what appeared to be a blood drive with him as the sole unwilling donor. "I'm developing a new mosquito-repellent theory," he whispered to Ellie, who knelt beside him with the stoic resignation of someone who had made peace with being eaten alive. "If you let them drink enough, eventually they'll be too full to continue." "Fascinating hypothesis," Ellie replied dryly. "Perhaps afterward we can test if alligators also reach a satiation point." They'd been staking out the hidden airstrip for 3 hours, guided there by Devereux's cryptic journal entries about Rourke's midnight aviary. The narrow landing strip had been ingeniously disguised as an abandoned agricultural access road, complete with faded "no trespassing" signs bearing the logo of a non-existent farming corporation. "Something's coming," Ellie whispered, nodding toward the northwestern sky where a faint throbbing sound disturbed the night's symphony of frogs and insects. The small plane approached with its navigation lights off, identifiable only by the silhouette against the star-speckled sky and the growing rumble of its engines. It touched down with practiced precision, tires kissing the improvised runway with barely a chirp. "That's some serious piloting skill," Gumbo observed. "Either former military or someone who's made this landing many, many times." "Or both," Ellie added. The aircraft taxied to a stop near a dilapidated equipment shed that had clearly been repurposed. As if summoned by some prearranged signal, headlights cut through the darkness as two vehicles approached from the access road. A black SUV with tinted windows and a boxy refrigerated truck with no markings. "Is that who I think it is?" Ellie whispered, squinting at the figure emerging from the SUV. Gumbo's jaw tightened. Samuel Rourke himself. Interesting that he doesn't trust his underlings with this particular delivery. Rourke stood illuminated in the SUV's headlights, his expensive linen suit absurdly out of place in the swamp. Even from this distance, his posture radiated the particular brand of entitled impatience unique to men accustomed to bending the world to their will. The plane's cargo door opened with a hydraulic hiss. The pilot descended first, a wiry man with military-precise movements, followed by another man carrying what appeared to be a tranquilizer rifle. "Get the camera ready," Gumbo murmured. Ellie raised the waterproof digital camera Devru's contact had provided, its night vision capability casting the scene in an eerie green glow through the viewfinder. What emerged from the plane next made Ellie gasp. Wooden crates were carefully unloaded, each bearing air holes and international shipping codes. One crate shifted violently, causing its handler to nearly drop it. A screech that belonged in no Florida ecosystem echoed across the airstrip. "Exotic birds," Gumbo whispered. "Endangered species smuggling." "Not just birds," Ellie replied, zooming in with the camera. "Look at that container. Those markings are for venomous reptiles." The unloading continued with practiced efficiency. Each crate was transferred to either the refrigerated truck or placed directly in the SUV under Rourke's watchful eye. The man with the tranquilizer gun remained vigilant, occasionally administering additional sedation to particularly active containers. "I count at least 15 different species," Ellie murmured, the camera's shutter clicking softly. "Based on the markings, we're looking at exotic birds, reptiles, and oh my god." The last container brought from the plane was larger than the others. The reinforced glass sides revealed its contents: a sedated jaguar cub, its spotted coat rising and falling with shallow breaths. "That's a black market value of at least $250,000, Gumbo said grimly. "Probably headed for some billionaire's private collection." "Along with the artifacts," Ellie added, focusing on a separate set of crates being loaded with exceptional care. These containers bore no air holes, but were marked with international antiquities codes. "Those are archaeological treasures. Rourke's excavating the protected sites on that land." Gumbo felt a familiar surge of disgust. So that's the real reason for Operation Sandcastle. The development is just a cover for looting, cultural treasures, and wildlife trafficking. "Two crimes for the price of one," Ellie agreed. "Efficient, if morally bankrupt." The loading was nearly complete when Rourke suddenly stopped, his head turning toward their hiding spot. He spoke to the man with the tranquilizer gun, who nodded and began moving in their direction. "I think our invitation to this party just got revoked," Gumbo whispered. "Time for a strategic withdrawal." They began backing away slowly, each movement calculated to minimize disturbance to the surrounding vegetation. 20 feet from their original position, Ellie suddenly froze. "What is it?" Gumbo asked. "Snake," she replied with admirable calm, considering a water moccasin was investigating her left boot with more curiosity than was comfortable. The snake, apparently deciding that leather wasn't on its midnight menu, slithered away just as shouts erupted from the direction of the airstrip. "She's here. I saw her." "The reporter." Ellie's face paled. "That's Jimmy Vasquez. He worked as a photographer at my husband's environmental consultancy. He must have recognized me." "Run," Gumbo said simply, and they did. The Everglades at night was not designed for sprinting. Each step was a gamble: solid ground or knee-deep muck, clear path or face full of spiderweb. Gumbo and Ellie crashed through the undergrowth with all the subtlety of a carnival parade. But stealth had become a luxury they could no longer afford. Behind them, flashlight beams cut through the darkness, accompanied by the sounds of pursuit. The man with the tranquilizer gun was shouting coordinates into a radio. "If we can reach the boat, we might have a chance," Gumbo panted, ducking under a low-hanging cypress branch. They'd moored Devereux's airboat in a hidden inlet a quarter-mile east, accessible only to those who knew exactly where the narrow channel cut through the sawgrass. A flare suddenly illuminated the sky behind them, casting their surroundings in harsh red light and transforming their shadows into fleeing giants across the marsh. "They're blocking our path to the boat," Ellie gasped, pulling Gumbo sharply left. "This way. There's an old poacher's cabin Richard showed me once." They veered east, splashing through shallow water that thankfully contained no alligators with immediate dining plans. The flare fizzled out, returning them to the mercy of moonlight. The cabin, more accurately described as 3 walls with delusions of architecture, appeared as if the swamp itself had reluctantly formed it from rotting wood and spite. It offered minimal shelter, but maximum concealment among the twisted mangrove roots that had partially reclaimed it. They crouched inside, breathing heavily, listening to the sounds of pursuit growing more distant. "Think they bought it?" Gumbo whispered. "For now," Ellie replied, checking the camera. "Please tell me we got usable pictures." Gumbo peered at the display screen, relief washing over him. Crystal clear evidence of multiple federal crimes: exotic animal smuggling, archaeological theft, illegal airstrip operation. Rourke's looking at enough jail time to measure in decades rather than years. "And we've established the link to Devereux's disappearance," Ellie added. "Those were the exact species of orchids mentioned in his journal, the ones only found in the protected areas Rourke wants to develop." "The perfect trifecta," Gumbo said, allowing himself a grim smile. "Environmental crimes, smuggling, and probable murder. Even Florida's notoriously flexible justice system can't ignore this." A distant splash reminded them their safety was temporary at best. "We need to move," Ellie whispered. "Sunrise is in 3 hours. If we circle around to the north, we might reach Jimbo's fishing camp by dawn." Gumbo nodded, then impulsively placed his hand on Ellie's. "You know, most women consider dinner and a movie an acceptable second date. Not midnight swamp chases with armed wildlife traffickers." Despite everything, Ellie laughed, the sound incongruously bright in their dire circumstances. "What can I say? I've never been conventional. Besides, nothing says relationship potential like sharing mosquito repellent while hiding from felons." As they prepared to venture back into the darkness, Old Scarback chose that moment to announce his presence with a rumbling bellow from uncomfortably close proximity. The massive alligator, Devereux's longtime reptilian companion and unexpected ally, seemed to be expressing either solidarity or indigestion. With Scarback, the line between the two was paper thin. "I think he's offering escort services," Gumbo suggested. "Or looking for a midnight snack," Ellie countered. "Either way, I'm choosing to interpret it as a good omen. In Florida, that's about as much cosmic reassurance as you get." They slipped back into the night, camera clutched tightly, evidence secured. Behind them, the distant sound of engines suggested Rourke's operation was hastily concluding, forewarned but not yet defeated. And somewhere in the vastness of the Everglades, Old Scarback continued his prehistoric patrol, indifferent to human schemes yet somehow improbably on the side of justice in this strange corner of a stranger state. Chapter 22. The Everglades at twilight resembled God's own watercolor set, splashed together by a deity with a fondness for dramatic lighting and questionable color combinations. Purples bled into oranges, which melted into pinks that had no business existing outside a flamingo convention. Gumbo Malone stood knee-deep in swamp water that smelled vaguely of prehistoric decay and watched the sun perform its final dramatic bow of the day. "You know," he mused to Ellie, who was desperately trying to maintain her balance on a half-submerged cypress knee, "when I left corporate America, I envisioned more hammocks and rum drinks, less standing in primordial soup waiting to be murdered by real estate developers." "Adjust your expectations or adjust your career," Ellie replied, swatting at something that might have been a mosquito, but could equally have been a miniature drone sent by the Florida Tourism Board to eliminate negative publicity. "Though I admit, this isn't how I pictured our third date." "Is that what this is?" "Because I usually save the fleeing for our lives portion, for at least the fifth date. I'm counting the interrogation room, and that time we hid in the bait freezer at Jimbo's. I have low standards, but excellent record-keeping." The dilapidated cabin that Devereux had used as his secret research station loomed before them, its weathered cypress boards the exact color of bad decisions. Solar panels tilted precariously from the moss-covered roof like drunken dominoes, and the small dock extending into the water had more missing planks than present ones. "Home sweet potential death trap," Gumbo sighed, hauling himself onto relatively solid ground. He extended a hand to Ellie, who accepted it with the grace of someone who'd reconciled herself to permanent swamp stink in her designer hiking boots. "You're sure this is where Devereux kept his most valuable research?" she asked, wringing water from her pant leg. "According to his notes, yes." "The man was paranoid enough to make conspiracy theorists look like optimists," Gumbo replied, cautiously approaching the cabin. He had 3 different locations, each with partial data, like a botanical Horcrux system. Inside, the cabin was a masterclass in organized chaos. Every surface held specimen jars, notebooks, or peculiar contraptions whose purposes remained obscure but definitely scientific. A generator hummed in the corner, powering what appeared to be a miniature greenhouse filled with orchids so rare they probably had their own Swiss bank accounts. "Start looking for anything labeled Sandcastle or R-Complex," Gumbo instructed, rifling through a stack of water-resistant notebooks. "And watch for booby traps." Devereux mentioned something about a mongoose defense system, which I sincerely hope was metaphorical. They worked methodically through the cabin's contents, the fading light requiring the use of headlamps that transformed them into what Ellie described as swamp-dwelling mining gnomes with graduate degrees. Every few minutes, one of them would freeze at some imagined sound from outside, a splash that might be an alligator or might be a hitman with poor swimming skills. "Found something," Ellie called, holding up a waterproof case emblazoned with biohazard symbols that seemed excessive even by Florida standards. It was inside a hollowed-out copy of Tax Evasion for Dummies. "Classic misdirection," Gumbo nodded appreciatively. "Nobody voluntarily reads about taxes." The case contained a hard drive, 3 vials of what appeared to be orchid DNA samples, and a handwritten note that read, "If you're reading this and your name isn't Elias Devereux, I'm either dead or have successfully faked my death. Either way, trust no one whose last name rhymes with Burke, or who owns more than 3 recreational vehicles." "Charming and specific," Ellie remarked. "I've always wondered what rhymes with Burke." "Rourke?" came a voice from the doorway. "As in Samuel Rourke. And I believe he currently owns 5 recreational vehicles, including a delightful Winnebago with custom alligator upholstery." Gumbo and Ellie whirled around to find 3 figures silhouetted against the twilight. In the center stood a broad-shouldered man with the carefully tanned complexion of someone who paid other people to experience nature on his behalf. Flanking him were 2 individuals whose body types could only be described as problematically muscular. "Mr. Rourke," Gumbo acknowledged, casually sliding the case behind his back. Fancy meeting you in a remote swamp cabin. Do you often go for evening constitutionals in the Everglades, or is this a special stalking occasion? Rourke stepped into the cabin, his $1,000 hiking boots somehow pristine despite the surrounding ecosystem's best efforts. He wore the smile of a man who considered consequences something that happened to less wealthy people. Mr. Malone. Ms. Hightower. I've been following your investigation with great interest. It's not often someone connects so many dots incorrectly. His accent carried traces of old money and older contempt. Though I must say your persistence is admirable, if ultimately futile. Like trying to return pants to Walmart without a receipt, one of the goons contributed, earning a withering look from his employer. Thank you, Dennis. Your folksy analogies continue to be the highlight of your limited conversational repertoire. Rourke turned back to Gumbo and Ellie. Now, I believe you have something that belongs to me. Ellie stepped forward, her 5'4" frame somehow filling the room with corporate boardroom energy. Endangered orchids don't belong to anyone, Mr. Rourke. Least of all, to someone bulldozing their natural habitat to build overpriced condominiums with fake Spanish names. My development plans are completely legal. If by legal you mean achieved through strategic bribes and wildlife trafficking, then sure, Gumbo interjected. Very legal. The most legal. Bigly legal. Rourke's smile tightened at the corners. I've invested too much in Operation Sandcastle to let a washed-up corporate drop out and a widow with a calculator derail it now. He gestured to his companions. Dennis, Bryson, please help our friends understand the concept of cost-benefit analysis. The larger of the two, presumably Bryson, though his biceps deserved their own separate introduction, stepped forward, cracking knuckles the size of golf balls. Boss wants us to explain economics, he rumbled. More like physical economics, Dennis added, clearly proud of this contribution to the conversation. Gumbo glanced at Ellie, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. In one fluid motion, he hurled Devru's specimen case through the open window behind Rourke, where it landed with a satisfying splash in the swamp. Oops, Gumbo said innocently. Butterfingers. Rourke's facade of genteel menace evaporated. Get the case, you idiots, he barked at his henchmen, who immediately lumbered toward the door, shoving past Gumbo and Ellie. What happened next would later be described in Gumbo's official report as a strategic implementation of Everglades-based defensive countermeasures, but was in reality closer to blind panic meets dumb luck. As Dennis and Bryson charged onto the deck, the weathered wood, already compromised by years of Florida's enthusiastically carnivorous insects, gave way beneath their combined mass with the dramatic timing of a soap opera revelation. Their synchronized yelps of surprise were cut short by the unmistakable splash of human bodies meeting swamp. That would be the bad part of the deck, Gumbo called helpfully. I meant to warn you. Rourke lunged for Ellie, who sidestepped with the practiced ease of someone who'd navigated corporate cocktail parties filled with handsy executives. His momentum carried him into Devru's specimen shelf, sending dozens of jarred samples crashing to the floor in a symphony of breaking glass. Do you have any idea what you've done? Rourke sputtered, regaining his balance. That research is worth millions. Considering it was about to be buried under luxury condos, I'd say we're providing an alternative conservation strategy, Ellie retorted, edging toward the door. Outside, Dennis and Bryson were discovering the particular joy of swamp quicksand, a Florida specialty that had claimed countless tourists, several politicians' careers, and at least one escaped circus elephant. It's eating my Gucci loafers, Dennis wailed, his designer outfit disappearing inch by designer inch into the muck. We need to go, Gumbo muttered to Ellie. That quicksand won't hold them forever. What about Rourke? As if in answer, a deep, guttural rumble emanated from just beyond the cabin's broken deck. A massive shape moved through the darkening water, 14 feet of prehistoric menace with eyes that glowed amber in the fading light. Old Scarback, Gumbo breathed, recognizing the legendary alligator that had been following their investigation like a scaly guardian angel. Right on cue. Rourke, hearing the distinctive sound that every Floridian recognized as immediate change of plans, whirled toward the window. His face, illuminated by the last gasp of twilight, performed an impressive journey from anger to disbelief to the particular shade of panic reserved for apex predator encounters. Is that the largest alligator in 3 counties? Yes. And I believe those are your men's Italian leather wallets he's currently considering as appetizers, Gumbo confirmed, backing toward the rear door. I'd suggest a strategic retreat, Mr. Rourke. Old Scarback has strong opinions about wetland development. As if understanding his cue, the massive alligator surged forward, jaws snapping at the remaining deck supports. The entire structure shuddered ominously. Rourke, displaying a surprising turn of speed for a man whose exercise routine primarily consisted of signing checks, bolted for the rear exit. Gumbo and Ellie followed, maintaining a careful distance that balanced, not close enough to be attacked, with close enough to enjoy the show. They emerged into the cypress grove behind the cabin, just in time to see Rourke's expensive hiking boots disappearing into the underbrush, accompanied by the sort of creative profanity that suggested an expensive education put to questionable use. "Should we go after him?" Ellie asked, catching her breath. Gumbo shook his head, retrieving a waterproof bag from beneath a hollow log, the actual location where he'd stashed Devereaux's research while performing his theatrical fumble with the decoy case. Let him run. Between the swamp, Old Scarback, and the fact that I may have accidentally triggered Devereaux's mongoose defense system, I'd say Karma has the situation well in hand. As if to confirm his assessment, a distant yelp suggested Rourke had made the acquaintance of either a territorial water moccasin or an unusually aggressive mongoose. Besides, Gumbo added, patting the bag containing the evidence that would unravel Rourke's entire operation, we've got what we came for. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the sound of Detective Linda's airboat approaching. She always did have impeccable dramatic timing. Ellie laughed, the sound bright against the gathering darkness. Is this how all your cases end? Swamp quicksand, alligator ex machina, and convenient evidence retrieval. Only the good ones, Gumbo grinned, taking her hand as they picked their way toward higher ground. Though I have to say, as far as third dates go, this one has set the bar uncomfortably high. Behind them, Old Scarback released a rumbling bellow that echoed across the Everglades. Nature's own applause for a confrontation well orchestrated. Chapter 23. The night air hung over Cedar Key like a wet beach towel left too long in a hot car. Gumbo Malone sat on his replacement houseboat, nursing a glass of bargain rum, and contemplating the cosmic irony that had become his life. 24 hours ago, he'd been planning his next move against Samuel Rourke. Now he was considering an alliance with the mayor's wife, the very definition of making strange bedfellows, though thankfully only in the metaphorical sense. His phone buzzed. Ellie Hightower's name flashed on the screen. "Please tell me you're not about to do something monumentally stupid," she said by way of greeting, her voice carrying that particular blend of exasperation and concern that had become her signature in their partnership. "Define monumentally," Gumbo replied, watching a pelican dive-bomb the water nearby with kamikaze precision. On a scale from wearing socks with sandals to swimming with bull sharks while wearing a suit made of chum. On a scale from taking financial advice from a palm reader to trusting someone married to a corrupt politician, Ellie countered. "Marlene from the Rusty Pelican told me Margaret Sterling called you." Gumbo sighed. Cedar Key's gossip network operated with an efficiency that would make the NSA weep with envy. "Marlene needs to focus less on eavesdropping and more on her interpretive mangrove dancing," he said, taking another sip of rum. "But yes, Margaret reached out. Says she wants to help bring down Rourke." "And you believe her?" "I believe everyone has a vested interest in looking out for number one. If Margaret's decided her interests no longer align with her husband's, I'm willing to listen. While wearing a wire, I hope, Ellie replied. The sound of typing carried through the phone. She was undoubtedly digging through financial records even as they spoke. The woman approached forensic accounting with the zeal most people reserve for religious conversion or finding the perfect parking spot at Publix. 2 wires, actually. And I've got Linda on standby with a tactical team disguised as a garden club meeting. Smart. Nobody questions middle-aged women with pruning shears. The Sterling mansion occupied the kind of prime waterfront real estate that required either old money or new crimes to acquire. Its Mediterranean revival architecture screamed, "I have more money than taste," with columns that appeared to have been ordered from a catalog titled Greco-Roman for Dummies, and landscaping so perfectly manicured it looked like it would report you to the wall for improper thoughts. Gumbo approached via the service entrance as instructed, feeling decidedly underdressed in his cleanest Hawaiian shirt, featuring parrots wearing sunglasses, a step up from his everyday attire of parrots without eyewear. Margaret Sterling opened the door herself, which surprised him. She wore tennis whites despite there being no evidence she'd been anywhere near a court, her blonde bob immobile even in the Gulf breeze. Her smile contained approximately the warmth of deep space. "Mr. Malone," she said, her accent performing an elaborate dance between Southern Belle and Connecticut finishing school. "Do come in. The staff has the afternoon off." The kitchen was larger than Gumbo's entire houseboat, with gleaming copper pots hanging from a ceiling rack that could double as medieval torture devices for anyone taller than 6'3". "I appreciate you meeting me," Gumbo said, declining the offered seat at a breakfast nook that cost more than his yearly income. Better to stay on his feet near an exit. Though I'm curious why the mayor's wife wants to help take down her husband's biggest campaign donor. Margaret's laugh sounded like ice cubes in crystal. "You misunderstand, Mr. Malone. I don't want to take down my husband. I want to save him." From Rourke. From himself. She moved to a stainless steel refrigerator large enough to store a small yacht, and extracted a flash drive from behind a magnetic picture of the Sterlings with the governor. Harold wasn't always like this. He used to believe in things, conservation, responsible development. Then Rourke got his hooks in. Blackmail? Gumbo hazarded. Initially, yes. Something involving a fishing tournament scandal and an environmental waiver that shouldn't have been granted. Margaret's perfectly manicured hand closed around the flash drive. But then it became more. The money was good. The power was better. So what changed? Rourke wants Harold to sign off on the final permits for Operation Sandcastle next week. But I've seen the real plans. Her voice dropped. It's not just a resort. They're planning to dredge directly through a Native American burial ground. Sacred sites that have been undisturbed for centuries. Gumbo frowned. That's not just environmentally criminal. It's a violation of about 16 federal and state laws. Exactly. And Rourke has made it clear that if anything goes wrong, Harold will be the one holding the bag. Her porcelain veneer cracked slightly. My husband is many things, Mr. Malone, but he's not prepared for federal prison. She extended the flash drive. These are the access codes to Rourke's private server. He doesn't trust cloud storage, keeps everything on a dedicated system in his home office. The codes change weekly. These are valid for another 36 hours. Gumbo accepted the drive cautiously. Why should I trust you? Margaret smiled thinly. You shouldn't. But you will, because we both want the same thing. Rourke taken down without destroying everyone in his orbit. A noise from the front of the house made them both freeze. Margaret's eyes widened. Harold's home early, she whispered, genuine fear flashing across her features. You need to go. Now. It's definitely a trap, Linda declared, pacing Gumbo's deck while old Scarback watched lazily from the water nearby. The massive alligator had developed an uncanny knack for appearing whenever their investigations reached a critical juncture, as if subscribing to a reptilian version of crime scene alerts. "Of course it's a trap," Ellie agreed, examining the flash drive through her reading glasses. "The question is, what kind? Could be a virus designed to infect our systems when we access the server," Trevor Blackwood suggested. The journalist had shown up an hour earlier, sporting a black eye and clutching a folder of documents that corroborated parts of Margaret's story. His transformation from smug rival to desperate ally had been as swift as it was suspicious. Devereux, who had arrived with a collection of rare orchids and an unnerving number of stories about venomous swamp creatures, peered at the drive. Or perhaps it's genuine. The survival instinct makes unusual allies. Gumbo ran a hand through his hair, which had taken on the consistency of Spanish moss in the oppressive humidity. "There's only one way to find out. Tell me you're not planning to waltz into Rourke's compound using those access codes," Linda groaned. "I wasn't planning to waltz," Gumbo replied with a grin. "More of a cautious shuffle." Ellie crossed her arms. "You're not going alone." "Absolutely not," Gumbo said firmly. "If this goes sideways, I need you to be my backup, not my cellmate." "I wasn't offering." Ellie nodded toward Trevor. "He's going with you." Trevor's head snapped up. "I'm what now?" "You know Rourke's house. You've been there for those puff pieces you wrote about his charitable contributions. And more importantly," she added with a pointed look, "you owe us." "I could be killed," Trevor protested weakly. "You could be redeemed," Devereux countered, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had faced his own moral reckonings in the depths of the Everglades. Trevor's shoulders slumped in defeat. "Fine. But if I die, I'm haunting each of you with increasingly pedantic corrections of your grammar." Linda checked her service weapon, her movements practiced and efficient. "I'll coordinate with my contacts in the sheriff's department. We'll be on standby 3 blocks away. And I'll be monitoring the server access remotely," Ellie added. "At the first sign of trouble, I'll trip every alarm in the neighborhood." Old Scarback submerged with a lazy flick of his tail, as if offering his own contribution to the plan. Gumbo looked around at this improbable team: an ex-corporate investigator, a forensic accountant with a caffeine addiction, a disgraced environmental scientist, a reluctant journalist, and a detective who collected taxidermied fish, and felt a surge of something dangerously close to optimism. "So we're breaking into a millionaire's compound, using access codes provided by a woman who decorates with seashell art and tennis trophies," he summarized. "To access a server that may or may not contain evidence of criminal conspiracy, protected by security that probably includes men whose necks are thicker than my thighs. Don't forget the potential ancient burial ground desecration," Trevor added helpfully. "Or the money laundering," Ellie chimed in. "Or the exotic animal trafficking," Devereux contributed. Linda holstered her weapon with a decisive click. "Welcome to Florida, Gumbo, where the line between totally normal Tuesday and felony conspiracy is as thin as a cheap tourist t-shirt." As the group divided to prepare for their respective roles, Gumbo gazed out over the water, where the setting sun turned the Gulf into a canvas of oranges and purples. Somewhere in that wealthy enclave of power and corruption, a server hummed with secrets. And Gumbo Malone, former corporate drone turned Florida pie, was about to dive headfirst into the digital swamp. Old Scarback resurfaced briefly, yellow eyes gleaming in the fading light as if to say, in the Sunshine State, even the predators sometimes need allies. Chapter 24. The server farm hummed with the mechanical precision of 1,000 digital bees, each rack emitting the soft blue glow that Gumbo had come to associate with either impending enlightenment or catastrophic system failure. In his experience, the two often arrived holding hands. You realize we're committing enough felonies to keep the Cedar Key courthouse busy until the next ice age, Gumbo whispered, hunched over Ellie's shoulder as her fingers danced across the keyboard. They'd gained access to Rourke's private server using the codes provided by the mayor's wife, a woman whose talent for revenge was matched only by her collection of incriminating evidence against her philandering husband. Felonies are like alligators in Florida, Ellie replied without looking up, her face illuminated by the screen's glow. Everyone's got at least 3 in their backyard, but nobody talks about it until someone loses a limb. The small utility closet they'd commandeered in the basement of Rourke Enterprises smelled of industrial cleaner and broken dreams. Outside, a security guard named Lenny was enjoying the world's longest coffee break, courtesy of a story Gumbo had spun about a 3-legged manatee that had learned to water ski. "Got it?" Ellie whispered, her voice carrying the triumphant edge of someone who just cracked the digital equivalent of Fort Knox using nothing but determination and an algorithm she'd designed while stress-baking sourdough during a hurricane. Operation Sandcastle, in all its corrupt glory. Eliza leaned in, her reporter's notebook already open. "How bad is it? Remember when we thought this was just about illegal development and wildlife trafficking?" Ellie's eyes narrowed as she scrolled through files. "That was the appetizer. This is a 7-course meal of corruption with a side of international crime." The files unfolded before them like a malignant flower, each petal revealing a new layer of corruption that stretched from Cedar Key to offshore accounts in countries Gumbo couldn't pronounce without dislocating his tongue. "Jesus on a jet ski," he muttered, scanning the financial reports. "They've been laundering money through the developments for years." Eliza scribbled furiously. "Who's they?" "Everyone," Ellie said grimly. "Rourke, Sterling, half the state environmental board, 3 judges, 4 county commissioners, and," she paused, her finger hovering over a name, "the federal agent heading the wildlife trafficking task force." "Agent Harrison?" Gumbo's eyebrows shot up like startled pelicans. "The same Harrison who questioned us about the exotic animals at the airstrip." "The very same," Ellie confirmed. "According to these records, he's been on Rourke's payroll for 18 months. Every investigation he's led has mysteriously avoided Rourke's operations." Eliza's pen paused mid-scribble. "That explains why my sources kept disappearing or recanting. Harrison was identifying them through official channels, then feeding their names to Rourke." Gumbo paced the small room, careful to avoid the precarious tower of cleaning supplies that constituted their only barricade should Lenny's coffee break end prematurely. "But what's the endgame? Even Rourke can't bribe every official in Florida." Ellie clicked through to a folder labeled Final Phase, the digital equivalent of finding a skull and crossbones flag planted in your front yard. "Oh, this is elegant," she murmured, a reluctant professional admiration creeping into her voice. "They're not just laundering money. They're creating a self-sustained ecosystem of corruption. The laundered cash funds campaigns for friendly politicians, who appoint sympathetic judges who approve more developments which launder more money. It's the circle of strife," Gumbo observed. "But where's the money coming from originally?" Eliza asked, tapping her pen against her notebook. Another click revealed a spreadsheet with enough zeros to make a mathematician develop an eye twitch. "International Consortium," Ellie translated from financial speak to English. "Russian oligarchs, Middle Eastern oil magnates, European tax evaders, all routing funds through Rourke's operations. The wildlife trafficking is just a bonus revenue stream. Exotic animals for the billionaire pet market, rare plants for pharmaceutical companies testing in regulated compounds." "And the artifacts?" Gumbo asked, remembering Eliza's revelation about her father. Ellie navigated to another folder, this one containing high-resolution photographs of what appeared to be ancient pottery, stone tablets, and gold figurines. "Archaeological treasures from protected indigenous sites," she said softly. "They're literally excavating history and selling it to private collectors. There's a manifesto here outlining their philosophy, something about liberating cultural artifacts from regulatory prison. My father discovered this, Eliza said, her voice tight. That's why they silenced him. A notification popped up on the screen. An incoming email to Rourke's private account. Ellie clicked it open without hesitation, the rules of privacy having been abandoned approximately 12 felonies ago. It's from Haasen, she said. He knows someone accessed the server. We've got about 15 minutes before this place is swarming with people whose retirement plans depend on us not leaving alive. Gumbo's phone vibrated, a text from Linda. Trouble. Rourke's security headed your way. Get out now. Make that 5 minutes, he amended, shoving his phone back in his pocket. Ellie, download everything you can. Eliza, help me find another exit. While Ellie worked her digital magic, transferring gigabytes of incriminating evidence to 3 separate encrypted drives, because redundancy was the corporate lesson she'd embraced most wholeheartedly, Gumbo and Eliza scoured the small room for escape options. Air duct, Eliza suggested, pointing to a vent near the ceiling. Only works in movies, Gumbo replied. In real life, they're designed to move air, not middle-aged ex-corporate types with questionable flexibility. His eyes fell on a small door behind a stack of industrial toilet paper rolls. Maintenance tunnel, he said, shoving aside the paper fortress. Every building this size has them for plumbing and electrical access. The door, mercifully unlocked, revealed a narrow concrete passageway lit by sporadic emergency bulbs that cast everything in a jaundiced glow. Done, Ellie announced, ejecting the drives and distributing them. One for each of us. If anyone gets caught, the others still have copies. That's comforting, in the bleakest possible way, Gumbo remarked, pocketing his drive. They slipped into the tunnel, closing the door behind them just as voices echoed from the corridor outside. The passage stretched ahead like an architectural colon, damp and foreboding, but ultimately leading to the outside world, if one could tolerate the journey. Where does this go? Eliza whispered as they crept forward. If I remember the building plans correctly, it should connect to the storm drainage system, Gumbo said, which empties into the bay about half a mile east. So we're literally going to crawl through shit to expose this operation, Ellie observed. Seems poetically appropriate. They navigated the tunnel's claustrophobic confines, Gumbo's flashlight app illuminating patches of questionable moisture and the occasional maintenance worker's forgotten lunch. Behind them, the sounds of a security sweep grew fainter. What's the plan once we're out? Eliza asked, her voice echoing slightly despite her attempt at a whisper. We go to Linda, Gumbo decided. She's the only law enforcement we can trust, and she has connections with the state attorney's office. This is bigger than local jurisdiction, now. And if Rourke's people find us first? Ellie's question hung in the dank air like mold spores. Gumbo's hand found hers in the darkness, squeezing gently. Then we implement Plan B. Which is? Eliza pressed. A desperate, likely doomed attempt to escape that will probably involve stealing a boat and developing scurvy, he admitted. I didn't say it was a good Plan B. Ellie's laugh echoed softly against the concrete walls. At least you're honest. Though I'd prefer a Plan C that doesn't involve 19th century maritime diseases. Lady's choice, Gumbo replied. What's your alternative? Even in the dim light, he could see Ellie's smile, the particular kind that had likely terrified corporate auditors and now sent a shiver of anticipation down his spine. We don't run, she said simply. We release everything, all the evidence, to every news outlet, law enforcement agency, and social media platform simultaneously. A corruption bomb so big that not even Rourke can contain the blast. The nuclear option, Eliza murmured, professional admiration in her voice. I prefer to think of it as aggressive transparency, Ellie corrected. My corporate training, included 67 slides on managing public relations disasters. Slide 42 specifically covered what to do when your corruption is too extensive to hide. And what did it recommend? Gumbo asked, maneuvering around a particularly ominous puddle. Flight to a non-extradition country, Ellie admitted. But the principles apply in reverse. Instead of Rourke fleeing consequences, we ensure the consequences are so public, so absolute that fleeing is pointless. They reached a junction where the tunnel split into 3 branches. Gumbo consulted his mental map of the drainage system, a piece of knowledge he'd acquired during a previous case involving a smuggler who'd specialized in counterfeit designer alligator boots. Left, he decided. It's longer, but avoids the security checkpoint on Pelican Drive. As they turned, the distant sound of splashing footsteps echoed from behind them. They're in the tunnels, Eliza whispered, her eyes widening. Of course they are, Gumbo sighed. Because in Florida, even the sewers have a backup plan for catching trespassers. With renewed urgency, they pressed forward into the darkness, the evidence of a criminal empire tucked safely into their pockets, and the sounds of pursuit growing steadily behind them. Chapter 25. The morning sun beat down on Cedar Key with the relentless enthusiasm of a timeshare salesman who'd spotted a tourist wearing socks with sandals. Gumbo Malone sprawled across his replacement houseboat's deck chair, nursing what might have been his 3rd cup of Ellie's industrial-strength coffee, or possibly his 4th. Counting had become theoretical after the 2nd cup rewired his neural pathways. Old Scarback, the massive alligator that had become Gumbo's unofficial spiritual guide through this case, floated nearby with the serene confidence of a creature that had survived 3 mass extinctions and wasn't particularly worried about the 4th. You know, Gumbo said to the prehistoric reptile, in my corporate days, becoming a fugitive from justice wasn't covered in the employee handbook. Seems like an oversight now. Old Scarback blinked one ancient eye, which Gumbo chose to interpret as profound agreement. The police scanner he'd borrowed from Jimbo's cousin crackled to life on the table beside him. Malone and Mercer, last seen. Everglades, considered persons of interest. Persons of interest, Gumbo muttered, swirling the coffee sludge at the bottom of his mug. That's cop speak for, we don't have enough evidence to call you criminals, but we'd really like to fit you for some stylish handcuffs. His burner phone, purchased with cash from a convenience store where the clerk had been too engrossed in a heated argument about flamingo migration patterns to notice or care who was buying, buzzed with a text from Ellie. Financial Trail connects 7 shell companies to Rourke. All purchased land within 500 yards of protected wetlands. Mayor's Charity received donations exactly 3 days after each permit approval. Gumbo smiled. Having a forensic accountant as a partner was like having a bloodhound that could smell money instead of rabbits. Infinitely more useful in Florida, where financial crimes outnumbered actual rabbits by a statistically significant margin. The boat rocked suddenly, as a figure vaulted over the railing, landing with the practiced ease of someone who'd spent years pursuing suspects across unstable surfaces. Jesus Christ on a jet ski. Gumbo yelped, coffee mug flying as he scrambled for the gun he'd stashed under a weathered copy of Florida Man, the unauthorized biography. Relax, it's just me, said Detective Linda Hastings, adjusting her sunglasses with deliberate coolness. Though I appreciate your lightning-fast reflexes and creative blasphemy. Linda looked different from when Gumbo had last seen her. The suspension had aged her in some ways, new lines around her eyes, but paradoxically rejuvenated her in others. Gone was the by-the-book rigidity, replaced with the dangerous calm of someone who'd figured out the book was written by idiots. Linda, Gumbo breathed, heart still attempting to escape through his ribcage. You're supposed to be suspended. And I'm supposed to be not here. Yet here we both are, flouting expectations. She dropped onto the deck chair opposite him, reaching for his coffee pot without asking. Suspension ended yesterday. First thing I did was erase the APB on you and your reporter friend. You can do that? Technically. No. Practically? The department's IT security is a sticky note with the password 1234 feet, taped to the server room door. Linda poured herself a mug of Ellie's coffee, took a sip, and immediately regretted several life choices. Sweet mother of, what is this? Liquid defibrillator. Ellie's special blend. 3 cups and you can see through time. Linda set the mug down, warily. Speaking of your girlfriend. Business partner, Gumbo corrected automatically. Your business partner, who you look at like she's the last slice of key lime pie at an all-you-can-eat buffet, Linda smirked. Her financial analysis landed on my desk this morning. Anonymously, of course. Of course. You've been busy. Uncovering a money laundering operation, exposing wildlife trafficking, connecting it all to Rourke's development schemes. Linda shook her head, half impressed, half exasperated. Meanwhile, I spent 6 weeks fishing off my cousin's dock and contemplating whether the department's corruption was systemic or just exceptionally enthusiastic. And your conclusion? Both. Linda leaned forward, suddenly all business. I need to know everything. From the beginning. For the next 30 minutes, Gumbo laid it all out. Eliza's initial stalker fears that had evolved into the discovery of Operation Sandcastle, the environmental violations, the shell companies, the bribes disguised as charitable donations, the exotic animal smuggling, the archaeological site desecration. Linda listened without interruption, occasionally jotting notes in a waterproof notebook with "Definitely not police property" written across the cover in her distinctive handwriting. So Rourke isn't just destroying protected lands for luxury developments, she summarized. He's using the construction as cover to loot indigenous artifacts, smuggle endangered species, and launder money from God knows what other enterprises. The trifecta of Florida villainy, Gumbo confirmed. Destroying nature, exploiting history, and creative accounting. Linda rubbed her temples. And Mayor Criswell is involved. Up to his monogrammed bow tie. Though I think he's being blackmailed, rather than enthusiastically participating. His wife basically confirmed it when she contacted us. Sophia Criswell reached out to you. Linda's eyebrows shot up. The woman who once chaired 3 charity galas simultaneously while recovering from jellyfish stings. She provided server access codes that let us download the entire Operation Sandcastle file structure, Gumbo said. Apparently, the mayor grew a conscience, and Rourke's been keeping him in line with some compromising material involving a costumed character at a certain mouse-themed amusement park. Linda winced. I don't want details. Trust me, neither did I. Old Scarback chose that moment to slap his tail against the water, sending a spray across the deck that somehow managed to avoid Gumbo entirely while drenching Linda with surgical precision. Your alligator has timing issues, she muttered, wiping water from her face. He's not mine. We have a mutual understanding, based on professional respect, and the fact that I don't look particularly edible. Linda's phone buzzed. She checked it, her expression darkening. It's the captain. Wants to know if I've made any progress locating you. And I told him you're proving elusive, which isn't technically a lie since you're not where he thinks you are. She pocketed the phone. We have a problem. The evidence you've gathered is explosive, but without an official chain of custody. It'll be inadmissible, Gumbo finished. I know. We need to build a case that will stand up in court, which means doing this by the book from here on out. Linda's expression suggested she found this requirement as appealing as a snake massage. No more breaking and entering, no more borrowing security footage, no more whatever you did to get the mayor's wife to help you. I merely appealed to her better nature. Sophia Criswell doesn't have a better nature. She has strategic alliances and calculated benevolence. Gumbo shrugged. Sometimes people surprise you. In Florida? Linda laughed. The only surprise is when someone turns out to be exactly who they claim to be. The sun was high overhead now, turning the Gulf into a mirror of hammered silver. In the distance, a tour boat loaded with sunburned tourists drifted past, a guide's voice drifting over the water. And to your left, what appears to be a fugitive private investigator conspiring with a suspended police detective. Don't make eye contact, they're having a moment. Linda stood, adjusting her holster. We need a plan. Something that will force Rourke and his cronies to incriminate themselves while ensuring the evidence remains admissible. I might have an idea, Gumbo said slowly. But it's going to require multiple recording devices, Ellie's financial expertise, Trevor Blackwood's media connections, your badge, and possibly an emotional support alligator. Please tell me that last part was a joke. In this state, nothing involving reptiles is ever entirely a joke. Linda stared at him for a long moment, then sighed with the deep resignation of someone who'd long ago accepted that Florida operated on its own peculiar logic. Fine. But if this goes sideways, I'm throwing you under the airboat. Noted, Gumbo said cheerfully. Now let's go commit some extremely legal surveillance. As they prepared to leave, old Scarback drifted away toward the mangroves, as if sensing the human drama was about to enter a new phase that required less reptilian input and more human ingenuity, or at least as much ingenuity as could be expected from a species that had invented both nuclear weapons and inflatable lawn decorations. The end. Don't miss. Ill intent. A1A. High tide homicide. Good and gone.